notification for when, like, talked about 2 years ago, and I'm like, when? Welcome back. Hello, Freaky.
Hello. Hello there.
Wait, in the journal, why does it say the Heartbreakers / failed?
Well, because we failed
Journal,
our mission.
why does it say the
To
Heartbreakers
stop that big,
/ failed?
huge fucking monstrosity. Well, because we failed our
Journal,
mission.
why does it say the
Did you write
Heartbreakers?
that down yourself?
No, no. This one mission. Wow, our group is not deemed as a failure. Yeah, should.
You know,
Wow,
to be fair,
our
I
group
like
is
to
not
think
deemed
that
as a
we gave it a
failure.
good shot.
Yeah, should.
You know,
Wow,
to be fair,
our
I
group-
like.
We did. We kind of.
I mean, one of us, Skelly, his poor soul, did a really creative thing and got in the room with the boss man.
But did Skelly
You're-
have a
You're
soul?
back, Astro. What happened to you?
I got a spam call and I got
But
smooth
did
jazz.
Skelly
It
have
was
a
You're
pretty
soul?
back,
great.
Astro.
Astro has a split personality, Freaky, so like he speaks like twice.
Yeah, don't mind him.
He speaks twice.
Hey, I'm here. Don't.
No, new voices are always
Astro,
nice.
did you
It's
bring your
better than
boyfriend
hearing
to
the
the
one in my
game?
head all the time. What? No.
Yes.
Well then,
I knew Astro was gay.
he swings both ways,
I've
actually.
said that multiple times.
He's actually bi.
So you
Yeah.
said you were bi.
Yes.
That includes gay, just so you know.
We gotta find
I know.
Astro a hermaphrodite EF.
I don't know why I'm like giving Astro a hard time about his sexuality, bro. I'm
We don't
bi.
know why you do that, Ghost. That's what me and William decided our characters were going out, just to fuck with you. Because apparently 2 women going, yeah, we're together was what? What? No, you can't.
I did
do
not.
that.
I did not think that. I was like, huh.
No,
What
it was
the
when the
hell did you
captain
guys
came
bond?
on to him that he said,
Oh
"Wait,
yeah,
no."
freaky.
Yeah.
Should we tell him now or later?
What? Tell him what?
Oh my.
Yeah, nothing. Don't worry.
No, tell me.
Please stop. This is making me uncomfortable.
What's the matter?
You're too hot. That's what's the matter.
I know.
Okay?
Well, damn.
I thought you were
That's
saying
a
you're
good
too
compliment
hard.
right there.
Ah,
Oh, he's too hard right now.
damn.
Too hard for this. Okay.
I only have one change
I'm
of pants with me. I'm not wasting it on this.
Very stressed.
Oh.
Ah, the Mr. Kret voice gets everyone.
But yes. Should I tell him? I don't
Yes.
know. Should I?
Yes.
You sure?
Astro,
Just do
stop
it.
talking to
Should I
yourself
mute
and-
the stream for this?
I've got no
No,
idea what
no,
you're talking
no.
about, by the way.
Astro,
Yeah, I have
stop
no
talking
idea.
to yourself.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going
Should I
on. I
tell
just
him?
know this next person, which makes it a lot more
Oh
fun.
yeah. Freaky.
Yeah.
One thing.
Yeah.
I'm Dragon Lord Dramoka, by the way.
I knew your voice sounded familiar. It's been a long ass time.
I've never
Who?
called you.
No,
No, I think you did.
once, a long time ago. It was
Have
like on a
I?
Steam call. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, ages ago.
I don't know what's
Was
going
I at
on.
your house?
I have no idea. Maybe.
Or maybe I called you on Discord after first joining your stream. That's possible.
Maybe.
I can see that happening.
Been a long ass fucking time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm very confused.
Somebody I
nodding his
knew
head
back in the
viciously.
day in my earlier gaming years. I say earlier gaming years, like earlier in this era.
It was 1.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe
I-
more than that, actually.
I think of my life in like Elder Scrolls eras. We're in like the 5th
No.
era right now, and it's earlier in the
My
5th
mom's
era.
I expect my mom to be in the house. She's not. My dad is probably asleep, and he sleeps out, so it's fine. So you can yell and scream all you want. Please don't, though. Because it will hurt my eardrums.
Astro, do I have to start using the ASMR?
I'd
Yes.
really prefer if you didn't. I mean, you can do what you want, but like, I'm here to witness roleplay and also like I don't know.
I formally apologize for the terrible things you're going to hear come out of my mic channel.
It's fine, because I have been playing D&D for 10 years, and I've played in 2 games.
Dramoka.
Oh no, he wasn't saying for like the D&D content coming out of his mic.
Oh, I'm well aware.
General, that is.
2 Frenchmen. 2 different Frenchmen will be coming out of this mic channel. Do you understand
Oh
that?
Christ, yeah.
The amount of smoking on the toilet.
Let's see, can you...
Freaky
I'm
is
gonna
currently
put this
playing
in-
2 Frenchmen and a Texan.
That's true.
Wait, he's playing
I'm gonna put this
No.
in.
He's playing 3 different characters.
Aw. If he was playing split personality, I would be like, hey,
No.
hey,
No.
hey.
No.
I've considered
Oh yeah,
it.
Freaky.
Hmm.
If you're up to it, I have a character concept.
Yeah?
It's a really
William will never allow it.
yeah,
It's
but
Sure he will.
27 characters in one.
it's really funny. Okay,
Switching between characters every day, and they're all min-maxed. Except for like 2. No, except for
Look,
1.
I've played a split personality character before, and I don't know about like the whole changing races and classes thing, or
there's lore behind it. I have created lore. Don't worry.
Well, your best bet would be using some sort of fey creature, or even like a changeling, if you wanted to do like they become different people, full Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of shenanigans, or like a Radagon, what was her name? Marika, a Radagon Marika bit. Like literally a changeling Kalishtar kind of deal. 2 consciousness living within the one body of this changeling. Because Kalishtar are usually human in 5th edition, but they can technically be any race, and it really should have been a sub-race, not a race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's actually kind of complicated. It would take forever to explain, so
Yeah,
I'm
it
not
would.
going to. But this character has a lot of lore behind it that I made because I wanted to add a different character to a campaign, but it was too strong to add to a campaign. So I made a bunch of lore and turned it into another character.
You made it.
I made a god, okay?
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time I made something too crazy and hacked it to pieces and made like 4 characters out of it.
Yeah, but like, the character that I made is, and I'm saying this with no pride and prejudice, it is the most powerful character you can physically make in this game. Like, I know that because I min-maxed it for a year and a half.
Really, because I have a 6-stage boss battle of a character if you'd like.
I would love to hack it to pieces with my character that has 2.5 trillion HP and immunity to all damage except for magical piercing.
That can be arranged. Because your HP and immunity to damages wouldn't matter versus what I'm planning.
Okay, I'm excited. This would be the battle of the ages.
Oh, it wouldn't
yeah,
be much
you
of a
would be
battle.
absolutely
It
right.
would be you get like 4 saving throws, or you're trapped
I get
for
plus
eternity.
19. I get plus 19 to saving throws.
That won't help you,
Okay,
friends.
with all these numbers, all I'm hearing is the ultimate showdown. Ultimate destiny.
This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny.
Are you guys cheating?
No, it's completely
it's
legal.
infinite loop
technically.
shit, yeah. But the thing I'm talking about doesn't use any infinite loop shit. It's literally just a 1-class basic character using normal spells you can acquire in the way they are actually written to be used. But I guess Wizards of the Coast just didn't think about the fact of just how insane those spells get.
Yeah, like without the fucking HP thing and all that, the like stats build up thing, like, is it like with prep time? Like, does a character get plane shift,
I mean,
plane shift, and do a bunch of other stuff to get all of the magic items and like other shit?
if I wanted to,
like,
I could do something insane using like all of the tomes and like plane shift and ethereal travel all together at the same time with, like, what is it? There's a rod, the rod of security and shit like that to just get infinite stats, but, you know.
Correct. Do you know Genie Warlock shit?
I have a general idea. I assume you're using the bottle.
Pardon?
I assume you're using the bottle. Yeah, I have the magic jar, not the magic jar spell, the magic jar thing that lets you hang out in another plane.
No. It's so much worse. At level 1, as a Genie Warlock, you can get a Ring of 3 Wishes, rules is written. From your Genie patron.
Because it doesn't specify non-magical tiny items. Stupid.
So you can get a Ring of 3 Wishes, and then you can essentially just cast Simulacrum. Your Simulacrum has it because it has the same class features as you. So you can wish for Simulacrums.
One big issue with this.
Mm-hmm.
You could do the exact same thing with Prestidigitation. A tiny item that can fit in the palm of your hand.
That's fucking
Prestidigitation.
Yeah, I don't think this is something that's actually legal so much as just a wording oversight, because different authors write different books and don't know the wording etiquette, because ever since late 4th edition, Wizards of the Coast just kind of stopped trying and communicating with each other. And they just sort of throw content together and charge full price for it.
The second thing, I remember hearing about it.
So,
I saw someone
I don't know. But the thing I was talking about was literally like canon, straightforward D&D lore about like how spells work.
I have a small thesis.
Not magical.
Okay, just so you know, Prestidigitation is a non-magical trinket, so it wouldn't work.
Oh, then let's see. There was 2 other spells I had that could do that. It was it
create? Maybe.
No, it wasn't creation. Creation makes inert things. I need to check my notes. I have a note. I have like a notes thing. It says possible bullshit.
Yeah, I have a folder in my Google Drive that says D&D fun stuff.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
And it's a thesis on how I can break the game.
That's what she said.
I would recommend looking into.
That's what she said myself.
I would recommend looking into intent of the wording, the items, and the spells, because that can usually give you an idea of what they meant. A lot of the things, if you just go words as written, don't work like at all.
Yeah, when I play games, when I actually play games, I don't rules lawyer the hell out of it because it's not fun to play like that.
Yeah.
But when I'm on my own and I'm just like messing around with the mechanics of D&D, I go rules as written, and you can do some really crazy things.
Oh, there's some insane shit that can be done with regular rules as intended as well, because fun fact, 5th edition power scaling, or power ducking as I call it, is sad and depressing, and if you actually read D&D lore and how these spells and the things they interact with work, you start to learn a lot of interesting things. Like the blink spell, on paper to the uninitiated, looks like, oh, if you roll the 11 or more, you're just invulnerable in combat, they can't mess with you. Wrong. Creatures on the border ethereal plane and creatures on the material plane can interact with each other on a physical sense, because a creature on the material plane has a physical presence because it is a multi-celled organism on the border ethereal. So if somebody who is on the material plane with true sight sees you on the ethereal plane, they can walk up to you and slap you across the face, and it will hurt you, and you cannot hurt them because their ethereal presence is not, an extension of them. It's literally just their impact from being on the material plane on the ethereal plane's shaping. So they can hurt you and grapple you with natural weapons and things, but you can't do the same to them, because even if you grapple the ethereal duplicate, that duplicate is literally just their presence impacting the ethereal plane and has no tie to them whatsoever. It's similar to like if you blow on smoke. the air coming out of you is not a part of you. If someone puts a blade through that air, it doesn't hurt you. It's that sort of thing.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and that's an example of what lore can do. Like gemstones, for instance. A lot of gemstones are valuable in D&D, not because, oh, it's such a pretty rock. It's because they actually have effects on spells. If you actually read about gemstones and what makes a gemstone in D&D, you start to see, oh, this gem, if it's worth at least this amount, can be used as an additional material component in a spell to give that spell extra effects. If you actually, all this on the Forgotten Realms wiki, infernal hierarchy and soul dealing with the 9 hells. If you are a warlock of the fiend who serves the 9 hells, you are a part of the soul economy. You can make soul packs. You can make your own devils. You can barter for people's eternal souls and do like bartering on behalf of your patron, and possibly, depending on your relationship with your patron, get paid commission of sorts for doing so. These are things you can do. The quasi-elemental plane of minerals is a thing, and you can summon a Zorn or a Zarin, which can smell out these minerals, and let's say you need like a 3000 GP diamond, you can summon a Zorn from the quasi-elemental plane of minerals, pay it with like 50 GP worth of like copper that you enchanted with like a prestidigitation effect to make it extra shiny, which would then make it enchanted metal, which is, by all means, more valued by... Well, you'd pay a Zarin for this, not a Zorn. Same thing, though. Zarins are metal-eating ones. Either way, it would work. A Zorn, you could do the same thing with a bit of mineral, like a gemstone that's been enchanted. You could pay them with that, with an investment of 50-something gold at most, and send them off to the plane of minerals. Specifically, if you summon one from the plane of minerals, and give it like a bag of holding or something, give it a day, summon it again, and have a bag of holding or a bag of gemstones the size of your fucking head just plucked off the walls from a plane where they grow out of the ground in giant spires as wide as football fields. So infinite money with a 5th level spell. Like, there's all sorts of things that just knowing D&D lore can give you, like the Mask Arcanas, for instance. We know for a fact that the crown of the Purple Emperor is in the Palace of the Purple Emperor in Ralrin. If you can get it, you can have it, and it has stats. Granted, they're 3.5 stats, but it has stats.
Also, level 2 wizards can make infinite gemstones. Fun fact. Because of conjuration wizards.
The problem is, conjuration wizards, it is clearly magical. It is a glowing, ghostly gemstone, so someone would look at it and say, well, what's with this? And if they're stupid, and you're fast, you can say, oh yeah, it's a magical, etheric gemstone from the depths of the etheric planes. And they might think like, oh, that's amazing, and you could talk it up with some persuasion and deception, but anyone with any magical knowledge will say, this is an insubstantial piece of pseudo-matter that you toss together that will disappear in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, but the main reason why it's good is you can use it as a spellcasting component, which is what matters, right?
It's not real.
Yes, but you can still use it as a spellcasting component. The level 2 conjuration wizard you can use as a spellcasting component.
The problem is you're going off, it doesn't explicitly state you can't, but the problem is it does explicitly state that the items are clearly like glowing and magical, meaning that they're not actually the item. They do not have the material that you're specifying. Like, you're not making an actual diamond. You're making like this glowy shape of a diamond.
No, it's an actual diamond. It just glows.
It is visibly magical, radiating.
Yeah, but it's not like an ethereal diamond. It's an actual diamond. It is a diamond.
I mean, if you get a DM that'll say that's okay, and can justify to yourself that anywhere within the power ducking that is 5th edition, that a level 2 wizard would be allowed such a thing, go ahead. just in my experience, from my readings and my knowledge of how the lore of this works, that really doesn't work. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
either...
I prefer evocation wizards that get an additional 100 average damage on their fireballs, but that's me.
I would recommend... there's also what a transmutation wizard is, or conjuration wizard is. What you're conjuring there is most likely an object made of proto-matter. So you're pulling from the ethereal plane, because the only things you can really do to get that would be either A, it's a summoned object from another plane somewhere, which maybe would work. I would have to go back to like 3.5 and look for something similar, like a conjure object spell that it's probably pulled from, because 5th edition is incredibly sparse on the information, or I would have to read up on conjuration wizards on Forgotten Realms wiki or one of the older edition magazines or something like that to tell you. But the fact that you can conjure literally anything, and there's no limitations on it being objects that are, things that exist already. Like you could, a plumbus, you could make up a plumbus and conjure that, implies that it is in fact proto-matter, so you're pulling globules of proto-matter from the ethereal plane, shaping them into an item and pulling them to the material plane, which is why they disappear after the time, because proto-matter is not full reality. It's not actually there. It just becomes misty and evaporates away into nothingness on the material plane. It would persist on the ethereal plane, though, but then again, it doesn't state that it persists if it's on the ethereal plane. But I don't know if that's Wizards of the Coast being lazy, or if that's, because it's not proto-matter. If it is you're conjuring odd items from another plane of existence, then that's starting to go into how are you getting these how are you targeting these items? How are you getting these conjuration contracts for living things? How is it you can make up an item, or is that the oversight? This is where the DM comes in very heavily on what you can and cannot do, and that's probably why 5th edition, well, that's the excuse they'll make as to why 5th edition is super vague, but the reality is that they just want to charge us the same amount of money and do less effort, and then go on Twitter and complain that D&D is under-monetized. So, good luck with the DMs, my man.
Well, also, the text on the ability heavily implies that the thing is not actually conjured from another plane, but made of proto-matter, because it disappears after an hour, and if it takes or deals any damage. So if it experiences any impacts,
that also implies it's not the actual item, because actual items have HP, and it's not 1 HP. Although
it's not even 1 HP, it's just like it bumps into something and it vanishes.
It's like Naruto Shadow Clones. They have technically 1 HP. Because if it takes damage, so if someone just, kicks the table a little bit, the table's not going to disappear, but if the table would get, dented or nicked, it will. So I guess the items are... They are not... Let's see. They are... How should I put this? They are non-mutable conjurations. So it's an item that you conjure, and if the item is changed in any way, shape, or form, like a nick is carved in it, or it's stabbed, or anything like that, or if it undergoes a physical change, and possibly even a chemical change, the item ceases to be. How that and why that would be, it could be your character's in really deep with, genies or some shit, creating, objects of, maybe air planars, creating objects of solid air, like a solid elemental air, or some shit like that, in which case, and they get really touchy on if you damage anything. There's a few things it could be. I would be tempted to say you're making things out of shadow stuff, which... But that doesn't work because that would be illusion. That would be very stalwartly within illusion, not conjuration, because shadow stuff is negative space. It's non-reality given form
It's
through
just-
thought.
It's the illusion of something existing, but it doesn't actually exist.
Yes and no. Irregular illusions are that. Shadow stuff was created by Shar, who represents the empty space between the stars and, like, you know, the gaps in the weave and things like that. She is the goddess of void and the nothingness and, like, something from nothing, ex nihilo. That's, like, her deal. And shadow magic and objects created through shadow spells are objects that are sort of anti-creation. They're the negative form of reality itself. It's similar to, like, how
Would
there's
the darkness
negative
spell
energy.
fall under that category?
It depends. If I remember right, the darkness spell is just darkness. It's the conjuration spell, isn't it?
I have no idea.
If it's... I need to read into it again. I think darkness was originally a shadow magic. But basically, the way shadow magic works is, so in D&D, there is such thing as, there is a thing and then there's a negative thing. So there's positive energy and negative energy and things like that. Shadow stuff and shadow material is basically negative proto-matter. It's negative reality, because proto-matter is proto-reality. It's on the edge of becoming reality. It's like stem cells for reality itself. Shadow stuff would be negative reality. It's non-existence that exists. It's like undeath, but with substance, is the best way to put it. I've written thesis papers on this shit, too. I could talk about how the fucking astral plane and ethereal planes interact to make reality itself. So... shadow stuff is very much illusion because it is based in concept and thought and emotion in order
But it's
to
not
exist.
reality. It's just sort of like reality.
Yeah, it behaves like reality, but it is non-reality because proto-matter acts in the same way. If you are in the ethereal plane and you think hard enough about a shape, you can form the proto-matter around you into that shape. If you can find globules of proto-matter in the deep ethereal plane, they're much easier to control like that. And it goes into like, why can beholders just generate new realities with their thoughts and dreams? And it's because they are minds so powerful that inhabit such a large portion of psychospace in the astral plane that when they are in the presence of proto-matter or even matter, if they're in the presence of reality, their consciousness can affect that reality, because that reality is a result of proto-matter, which is mutable towards thought and emotion. And
Which is which is the disgusting truth on how beholders reproduce.
Yeah, they dream up a beholder that is trying to kill them, and then it comes to life and tries to kill them because they believed it was real for a minute.
Or they dream up a beholder that's like, because they're always like super paranoid about stuff killing them, right? Because that's their entire point of existing, is to be like super intelligent beings that always fear for death or whatever.
It's probably because of where they are, but yeah, go ahead.
But they can sometimes dream up creatures that don't actually want to kill them. It's just they might initially want to kill them, and then they like work together to not die together.
Yeah.
That occasionally happens.
It's
rare.
It's based on the beholder's perceptions, because what beholder's perception really is reality. You know, the eye of the beholder, that's their whole deal. And like their anti-magic field vision and all that is... It goes into... Beholders can probably warp reality in D&D with their thoughts because they're not beings of just basic reality warping. Haha, we can warp reality, that's their whole shtick. It's because they're beings of such intense intellect and mental capability that they cause established reality within the material plane of D&D to break down back to proto-reality and reshape. Similar to like if you have a bond, like an atomic bond of a compound in chemistry, like oxygen and iron for iron oxide. If you apply enough heat to iron oxide, the oxygen will burst off of the iron and be replaced with something else in a replacement reaction. That's basically what happens. Their minds are so effective, they cause replacement reactions.
So what I'm hearing is, I deny your reality and replace it with my own.
That's exactly what they do.
Exactly what they. It's very funny.
Yeah.
Dungeon Master.
D&D reality is fun. Where the fuck is William? I have been talking for 30
Speaking
minutes.
of Dungeon Master.
He'll
But yeah,
probably-
Fergie,
yeah.
if you want to, I can share with you the idea that I had for the split personality character.
Not now. But later, tell me. Probably after
Okay.
session would be best time.
This is like a mega nerd and a mega nerd on crack.
We're rubbing our brain
Each
cells
other.
together.
Okay.
Please, this is freaky on the regular.
Are two
I need
singular
to-
two brain cells.
Your two brain cells are fucking ravenously.
Damn.
Yeah, well, you see, everyone else has one brain cell. But us two together are two brain cells, man.
God damn.
I am sick right now. I don't have to say anything.
Oh, Comical's got like half a brain cell right now. The other half is on vacation.
Kinda, I guess. Maybe. Who knows?
It's...
I
But
have
yeah,
like half a brain cell by default.
with Conjuration Wizards, going into Conjuration effects, it's most likely proto-matter, or they're conjuring items from another, like, reality, in which case the only reason it would behave like that is if they had another entity that they were, like, in agreement with, so a warlock, like, fucking pact that says, like, oh yeah, you can conjure shit from my reality, but if you damage it, I take it back. Or it's proto-matter, and it's literally just so flimsy that when you touch it at all, it poofs.
That's probably what it is, to be honest.
Yeah, so...
I'm not a warlock, suppose.
I know in Rime of the Frost Maidens, someone did make a device that can make a simulacrum into... It, like, makes illusions into real things. Like, there's a simulacrum you can make real spoilers. Most likely the way that worked, and I actually developed an entire character like this before I even got to that point in Rime of the Frost Maiden, the interactions between shadow stuff and proto-matter on an illusion. So if you make a semi-real illusion with shadow stuff, and then you expose it to enough proto-matter, that proto-matter might bond to that illusion that has been made semi-real by the shadow stuff so strongly and in such amounts it may become true reality.
Question for you.
Hmm?
Are simulacrums conscious beings?
Yes and no. They are... Yes, they are. They are conscious beings, but they don't have free will, usually. Their will is bound to their creator permanently. They have their free will otherwise, though.
But would they have the same, like, personality as their creator?
It depends on the circumstances of their creation. Like, who are they a simulacrum of, because it's on touch. Most people assume yes. It's not explicitly stated, but every instance of simulacrum in D&D lore, they have a very similar or the same personality as their creator. So it's probably along the lines of, if you had an exact, like, copy of yourself that you raised like a child, that exact copy, you know, from childhood, that exact copy that was raised by you as if you were its parent is how similar you'd be to the simulacrum, if not an exact copy.
Okay.
It'd probably be
Because-
something along those lines.
Yeah. In the lore of my split personality character, there's a lot of simulacrum making of one of the personalities, and it's kind of important that they all follow orders. So I was
Well,
like, do they have free will?
they
'cause that
do,
might
but they
cause problems.
can't defy the will of their creator.
Okay.
Like, their will is an extension of yours, but if something happens to you, they have autonomy and free will. They don't disappear. So being a simulacrum whose creator died is a terrible existence, because you now have free will to go about your own business as your own being. Your purpose in life was to serve your creator, who is now gone. You have no soul, so you have no afterlife. Nothing matters. No god will have you because they can't.
Because you have no soul, so you have no like marking of reality. It's weird.
Yeah.
So this is just a one-way ticket to nihilism.
Yes. A simulacrum... The existence of a simulacrum is... Mr. Meeseeks covers it rather well. Existence is pain for a Meeseeks, except being a simulacrum, it's not as overt and extreme. Like, a Mr. Meeseeks is basically a late-stage, nihilistic simulacrum that has realized everything that's going horribly wrong with its existence being a thing at all.
I have one more thing that I wanted to ask about simulacrums.
Yeah.
Say a person, because you could become a god, right?
Yeah.
By like, I don't know how you would become a god.
Simulacrum can't work.
There are several ways to become a god. One would be through being granted a divine spark or taking it, such as what happened with the Dead 3 in Dragal. Another would be simply becoming so well known and so famous and embodying a specific sphere of influence, such as, like, you know, community, order, whatever, that enough conscious beings recognize you as the pinnacle of this thing, that you spark divinity, and you become a god, is another way to do it. So yeah, that's...
Question. Can a simulacrum worship a god?
It can, and it might be able to... It is a consciousness, so it does have an effect on the astral plane, which means it does produce the energies that are required to, you know, make a god powerful and to spark divinity. So I would assume, yes, they can worship a god. That god could imbue them with power, but that god couldn't really do much for them in terms of giving them an afterlife, unless something is done to make them real. Like I said, with the proper magical process and enough proto-matter, the shadow stuff and existent material used in a simulacrum could probably be used to generate true reality, because a simulacrum is literally an illusion of a person imbued with shadow stuff to make it semi-real, and
it's actually
overlaid.
It's a snow construct.
I was getting to that. And laid over a construct made of snow or ice to fill in the gaps in the reality left by the shadow magic, because simulacrum is a shadow spell. It always has been a shadow spell. That means 1/4 of a simulacrum's substance and existence is just straight up shadow magic. There's no true substance there. It's just shadow construct. It's an ephemeral. In older editions, there was a monster type called ephemerals, I'm gonna say. And that was to refer to things like shadows and simulacrums and any living construct made by shadow magic. It's things that are real but aren't, basically. Is it ephemeral?
Now is my final question.
Ephemeral. That's it.
Here's my final question. If say I'm a wizard, and I achieve such immense power in, I don't know, evocation magic, like fire magic, right? That I and like become really well known, and now I'm worshipped as the god of fire magic, let's say, right?
You would have to be worshipped across multiple planes to spark its divinity.
Sure. Like, say I travel across planes and I gather like people and blah blah blah, right?
Yeah.
And then I cast simulacrum, right?
Right.
And then I have my simulacrum cast simulacrum, because that's a broken thing that you can do.
Yeah.
Because you can only have one simulacrum at a time, but your simulacrums can have simulacrums.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. And then I become a god. Are my simulacrums also gods?
They are not, because only you, your true self, are recognized as a god. It is... When you become a god, you become a concept. You start to transcend your own reality to a degree. And that actually leads to, when you have divinity, people's perception of you affects you and your power and your influence. This is how aspects happen. So, like, you know, there's aspects of Sylvanas that are the loving nature father, and there's other aspects that are the fucking disease lord that causes plague and rot.
Can they create a city's worth of simulacrum and have them worship me to get a spark of divinity?
It would be you'd need a lot more than a city's worth. You'd need to be filling a plane with them. This is why, you know, when I wrote Teal's like 35,000 years old and has followers and has millions of undead and is still not a god, because you need way more than millions. You need to be recognized across the multiverse. You need to be so recognized by the mortal creatures that you've developed, that you've generated so much divine energy that Ao himself or another god in the pantheon has recognized you and granted you a sphere of influence. Or you could become powerful enough to where you could take a sphere of influence from another god. Like, if you are more popular than Lathander for being like a god of rebirth, you will just oust him. You will take his sphere.
That's fucking lit.
But this leads to gods don't like competition, and they squash it, and they might catch on to what you are and what you're doing and say, well, I'm gonna stomp that out right now, and you just get smited. So you need to be careful with doing something like this.
Usually the gods that do that are the ones like who has a similar like idol as you.
Yeah, this is why when the Dead 3 happened, it was such a shocking event that your god just let them have it, because usually when something like the Dead 3 happens, that god will just fucking smite them. And they probably wouldn't even have gotten so far as the Fugue plane and sieging his tower. Because gods do have a bit of a hand on the tides of fate. Now, that doesn't mean they're warped. Well, they kind of can. Think of fate like a series of strings, just sort of blowing in a wind or flowing with a river. People who warp fate are putting a finger on that string and wiggling it a little bit in a certain direction. That's why you can't directly change fate in D&D. You can't just say, this event will happen just because I did this one thing. But you can skew it. You can make it do certain things in certain ways, depending on who you are. It's believed Mistra, or Mistral specifically, could warp fate like that to a degree, but it's probably just her control over the strands of fate was so fine that she could make it seem that way. And there's also gods have a hand on the strings of fate in that they can feel the movements of the strings. So gods usually know if something's about to happen to a degree.
What about the ability Convergent Future from Chronergy Wizards?
Note that is a Wildmount Matthew Mercer made up thing, and God bless Matthew Mercer, he doesn't know all of D&D lore, nor does he know the lore of the Forgotten Realms perfectly. I guarantee if I went up to him and I asked who is the consort of Despater, he might not know. You know, if I, asked, like, who in the hells knows all the true names as of, the year 260 DR or something like that, he might not know, because he doesn't know everything.
To be fair, that's also something you and about 20 others in the world know.
Yeah, like, if Ed Greenwood had written that spell, I'd be a lot more willing to say, okay, something's up here.
It's not a spell.
Well, my point is, that's also Matthew Mercer, because you have to remember Chronergy in Wildmount is, it's what Matthew Mercer says and what he has written there. Chronergy, or time magic in the Forgotten Realms, is the realm of Mistral, or Mistra these days. So we'll say Mistra, is the realm of Mistra. And she's very, very touchy about it. If you want to jump into the future, she's a little more willing. If you want to stop time, that's usually okay. But if you want to go to the past and fuck with shit, she's not going to have any of that. And it's usually considered something that only her most trusted are allowed to do. Because technically, when you're doing magic utilizing the weave, you are sort of doing a little dance with Mistra here. Whether she wants to dance or not. And it's unknown why Mistra, who is already known to be controlling with magic and to want to limit things, allows like spellcasters that go directly against her ways to continue as they do. It's believed most likely that because Mistra was once, I think it's Midnight, the current Mistra used to be Midnight, because Midnight became Mistra and then died and was resurrected, was a devout follower of Mistril, who was the original goddess of magic, who was created when Shar and Selûne were fighting, and Selûne ripped a chunk off of herself and threw it at Shar so hard it ripped a chunk off of Shar and went screaming into the astral plane, and then birthed Mistra.
Didn't the weave go nuts for a little bit?
Yeah,
when
after
Karsus
this one
Folly.
motherfucker tried swapping bodies with Mistral, and Mistral killed herself, and because she didn't want an absolute clown, well, like the most brilliant wizard to ever exist at the time, but still, compared to Mistral, a fucking clown running the weave.
Yeah. And at that time, Shar, this is also when Shar died, Karsus Folly was fucked. So, Karsus Folly, Karsus was a wizard from Netheril of the Netherese Empire. Now, the Netherese were, of course, this ancient super civilization with flying cities and shit, and they create these things called, like, mythals that let them, like, perform magics they shouldn't be able to because they warp reality itself and create pockets of, like, controlled non-reality and shit like that. Older editions D&D were fun. 5th edition sucks. Anyway. So Karsus creates a 12th level spell, the first and only of its kind, because they only went up to 11 back in the day.
It's at war with the weave, isn't it?
What's at war
No,
with the
they're
weave?
at war with magic-eating creatures.
No, like, at war with the weave is the name of the spell?
No.
It's Karsus Avatar, I believe is the name of it, or Karsus Mantle. Anyway, what the spell does is it lets you mantle a god. It lets you basically steal that god's body temporarily and all of their power and everything. It lets you temporarily take control of that god, more or less. Now, Mistra knew this was going to happen, and so did Shar. So Mistra basically organized a dealing with, I believe it was Midnight. I believe this is how Midnight, or Mistril, the dealing with Midnight. I believe this is how Midnight happened. I'd need to read again to know for sure. That she would die. She was going to kill herself the moment he does it. And Shar was also planning that the moment she dies, Shar is going to, replace Mistra with herself. Like, she was going to take that instant where there's a gap between when Mistra dies and her successor takes her place, where she was going to fucking, snatch it. But she apparently got some bad information or something. It's believed that Sirik gave her misinformation. Or was it Sirik? I think it's Sirik gave her misinformation, and she did it like a split second too early, which caused her to die and the Shadow Weave to collapse. And then when Mistral died, the weave collapsed and magic was just gone for 12 minutes or some shit like that, and everything went to hell. The cities in the sky fell, ancient sealed evils broke free, entire civilizations that were reliant on these pseudo magic fields and special circle magics and shit like that to function and maintain stopped working. The entire cosmology fucking collapsed for a second and then was rebuilt hastily.
Mm-hmm.
It was fucking insane. Just everything stopped. The world ended for 12 seconds.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, what is the difference between divine magic and arcane magic?
Divine magic is a form of channeling. It is basically, you are not casting the spell, you are echoing the components of the spell that a god or a servant of a god or a servant of a god is actually casting and channeling through you. This is also the big difference between warlocks and clerics, where a cleric is a channeler. If a cleric goes against their god, they lose everything. If a warlock goes against their patron, a warlock patron is both a power source and a teacher at the same time. It's give and take. The warlock patron is getting power from having warlocks, and the warlocks are gaining power by serving patrons. And the more powerful that warlock is in their own right, the more power that patron gets from having them. It's a step along the way to becoming a god. It's like cheating. It's a way to multiply, so you don't need as many followers in order to, get divine power, and it's one of the ways Asmodeus became a god.
That makes sense.
So, a warlock, your god has taught you a lot of your spells, and your spell slots, the different DMs go in different ways on this. It's either the spell slots you get are given to you by your god, because Entreat Patron is the last thing in 5e, but the problem is in older editions, it didn't work that way. So it's most likely warlocks get spell slots on a short rest because of their patron, and without their patron, they get them on a long rest. So a warlock is powerful within their own right and only channels part of their power. Like your charges of Mystic Arcana, or of Mystic Arcanum, are probably given by your patron. Certain charges for things like it depends on the Eldritch invocation. Certain invocations, like you might lose like your pact weapon. Let's say you go against your patron. If you had your pact weapon conjured at the time that you betrayed your patron, you probably still have it, but you can't poof it away. You can't poof it anymore. It's now an actual magical weapon that you have on your person. Do be ready. Your patron might send repo men after you. But yeah, you own things. You're being lent things and taught things by your patron versus a cleric, which is just being lent things.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so
Clerics have a sugar daddy, and warlocks have a teacher and a reluctant sugar daddy.
yeah. So basically,
that's why warlocks use charisma and clerics use wisdom.
That's right.
Charismas are basically people that have innate power themselves or get them themselves, and wisdom and the others are given.
Yeah. With the reason it's wisdom is because 5th edition doesn't really have a good way of measuring faith with the stats, and wisdom is the closest thing, because faith is something that you sort of invest your existence into. Like time and effort, it's something that you feel, it's not something that you know. So wisdom is the best bet, because you feel faith. You don't have to understand it, you can just believe. It's like believing in Santa, even though you know he's fake. I don't know. It's that sort of thing, and that's why it's
Santa's fake.
Oh, I'm sorry, Astro. But yes, it's cleric. Divine magic is channeled, like gods and direct servants under gods, like angels and devas. They can cast divine magic, and for them, it's true spells. So, like, any spell a god can cast that's a divine spell is probably a true spell, which means they can cast it infinitely and at will, so they don't need any components. So it's literally just like, I have protection from good and evil now. But you didn't do anything. No, I have it. That's a true spell.
And gods can do that too, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I just stated they were the ones that did it. True spells are literally... It's another term for, like, at-will spells. So, for instance, warlocks with the Pact of the Tome can get true spells, because they can get, I think it's 3 cantrips at will. So that is permanent. They just have that. That is a piece of, like, arcane eldritch knowledge of how to cast these cantrips as true spells. So if you take Message as one of your at-will cantrips from Pact of the Tome, you know the true spell of Message. Anytime you want someone to hear you from the 120 feet away, they do. It's based on your will. It can happen by accident. And this is why tieflings having thaumaturgy at will is a very interesting thing narratively. Because I want you to think of, what does a baby do when it wants something?
Oh, God.
And what happens if that baby has thaumaturgy at will?
God, tiefling homes must suck.
They do. There's a reason tiefling racism is a thing, and why I say Wizards of the Coast just writing in, after so many tiefling heroes have been out and about, people have just accepted tieflings now, is absolute fucking dog shit. Because the sheer amount of cursed bloodlines, devils watching over that tiefling's shoulder for their next fucking score, tieflings being closely tied to fiends that have actually manipulated their existence and cultivated their entire bloodline to act and think in a specific way to create perfect warlocks is a thing. I want you to consider that if you meet a tiefling whose family has been tieflings for hundreds of years and dozens of generations, it is entirely possible that that person's entire bloodline has been carefully engineered by the tamperings of devils to behave and think in a certain way, and if one of them is a fiend warlock, all of the ones after that are probably also going to be fiend warlocks, because the fucking devil in charge of gardening their entire bloodline has carefully manipulated their behavior and genetic tendencies through selective breeding and manipulation by ruining every relationship that would lead them to anything else. So now their entire family is incredibly prone to making infernal pacts and is given in every single fucking opportunity to make one as possible. That is the depths of infernal manipulation and diabolical action. They will garden entire family bloodlines. Asmodeus is currently, with the existence of tieflings themselves, doing an insane ploy to become maximum overgod because he's the racial god of tieflings. Every tiefling that exists, whether they worship him or not, grants him more power. If you breed a tiefling with anything else, it makes another tiefling. Nothing else. It doesn't matter if it's the mother or the father.
William, save me from the word vomit.
Hey guys.
So Asmodeus is slowly
Hello,
becoming
William.
maximum overgod. That's the end of my TED Talk. Hello, William. Welcome.
Tieflings are the dominant genes. That's basically the whole conversation.
Asmodeus is fucked. We're doomed.
Surrender to your
Asmodeus'
fate.
form is
If
over
tiefling
everything.
racism ends, Asmodeus wins. Period.
And that, people, is why you don't stop being racist.
In D&D.
Yeah, in D&D, sure.
I just Ghost left.
Oh, poor Ghost.
His laptop died.
Yeah. I'll be right
It is
back.
raining, and I'm sneezing like every 3 seconds. This is not fun.
So Dracoma, did you enjoy my TED Talk?
I did. It would be nice to talk with you more. You seem very interesting.
Yes. I think I'm interesting too sometimes, but it's not always true.
Anywho, while you've been talking, I've been playing through Hollow Knight.
I need to finish Hollow Knight.
I have finished Hollow Knight many times. I am now doing another run to catch up to a friend of mine. Baki still hasn't finished the game, and I need him to finish the game.
I got to the big guy that, like, volcano erupts a bunch of bullets into the air directly above himself, and then they rain down on you a bunch of fucking times that you basically have to do the downward jump attack to ride on top of in order to kill him without it being an absolute ball ache. And every time you die, you have to, like, do this insane fucking mad run across a bunch of spike pits where, again, you have to do the riding the spike pits by, you know, parrying the spike pits, which is an insane thing I just said, but that's how Hollow Knight work, to get to him.
Which boss is that? What does he look like?
I vaguely remember he's like, I think like those plant bulb monsters from Legend of Zelda, but without the actual monster part, just the plant bulb, crossed with a
Does
beetle.
he float?
I
Does
don't
he float?
I don't remember.
Okay.
This was many months ago.
Okay, because I'm thinking it's either Gorb or was it like on mountains?
I think it was in a cave.
Okay. Very helpful.
Yeah, not helpful at all.
Well known that the entire game takes place in a cave. Except for like half of it, or like maybe a 1/70th of it. It's like
Oh,
how
it might have been the Brooding Moloch?
Brooding Moloch? Okay.
Maybe. I'm
Brooding
looking at
Moloch's
it.
not that bad.
I might have sequence broke the game by accident.
Brooding Moloch you can get to immediately as you start the game, or you can fight it as the final boss if you want to.
All I know is I had to do something that I literally had to like jump across little corridors where I had to downward attack and parry the spike floor to get to him every time I died, which implies that maybe I was sequence breaking the game because that feels a little Oblivion paintbrushes.
No, that's how you normally get to him. Is you just jump, do dance swings and stuff. Yeah. Don't worry, you're fine.
Oh.
Really?
Concerning.
Yeah.
He's out doing something.
Oh yeah, it's him. It's the brooding guy. It's
Currently, the only boss that I haven't beaten is Abzerad, which is just pain incarnate.
I beat
So-
the Mantis Lords and then fought the brooding guy, and then I stopped playing.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah.
You haven't even like played the game yet.
I know. I didn't stop because I hated it. I stopped because I was like, okay, I'm tired, and then never stopped feeling tired because my life caught fire.
Ah. Yeah, sorry. Can't
Yeah.
help you with that.
It's William.
But yeah, it's a really fun game. You got like
12%.
the second main movement ability. Now you need to go to City of Tears, which is where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I remember the Jungle Labyrinth place. God, that place I was trapped in for hours.
Green Path?
I think so.
Jungle Labyrinth. I love that. I'm going to use that from now on.
Ah.
Yeah. I have a really good memory, so I memorized the map my first time through, and now I never get lost in this game.
Yeah. Well, it was my first time in Green Path ever.
That is fair.
I did make my way through a lot
Green
easier.
Path is annoying. Very, very annoying.
I forgot to mention, yes, I was trapped for hours because it was Baby's first Green Path.
Baby's first Green Path, yeah. Baby's first Green Path consists of a lot of wandering around.
Yep.
That's just Baby's first run through the game is a lot of wandering around.
Yep.
The second time through the game, you like play much faster. And then by the third time, you should feel confident in your ability to slay God.
Which you will have to do.
Yes, you will have to slay God. Like the second time through, you're probably just like, all right, confirm my skills. Third time through the game, you're like, all right, let's go kill Radiance.
All I know is I streamed it, but I didn't keep the VODs, and I gave Beetle Dude Bro, who has the sallet helm-like design and the cool sword, a French accent when I spoke as him, and that was the proto voice for Duran Calisnant, and may or may not have been partially the inspiration for the character's look and general personality feel.
Okay. Sorry. I just started Abzerad fight, so I'm
Yeah.
now focusing. Gamer focus.
Is William back yet?
I'm back.
Oh.
Hello.
William, interrupt me if I'm talking when you get back.
William, what happened?
I fell asleep.
Oh, okay. I thought, dude, I was thinking worst case scenario. Your fucking house burned down, and there was like a whole evacuation, and then your phone was left in your apartment, so you can't text us.
He was trying to save his
so
cat, but the
very
firefighters
specific.
were holding him back as he watched his house burn, screaming.
Yeah, exactly.
I kind of wanted to look at fires going on in America, but I figured out America was big, and I don't know where you live.
I'm sure there's at least 2,000 going on in the entire country right now.
Especially the western
I'm
part.
sure you'll be I'm sure you'll be able to narrow down every single place in America that has a fire going on right now. I'm sure that'll go well.
Also, I live in the eastern part.
Yeah. Which is more tightly packed and more prone to fires. No. Okay.
It's not prone to fires, but I can tell you this: there's a lot of buildings. There are a lot of skyscrapers.
The sheer number of meth labs on the East Coast.
The Southwest has that, because Albuquerque.
Given that the people who owned the house I'm in right now before me were meth dealers, and in the place I lived before this, the neighbors were meth dealers, and the place before that, before we owned it, it was owned by meth dealers, and the neighbors were also meth dealers, I have the strangest feeling that I live in Meth Central. Or maybe it's just because I'm poor, so I live in shitty places.
That's fair. Anyway, when you guys want to start the game, I'll wake Astro up because he is currently not awake.
Wake him up and keep him awake. If he does anything that looks like falling asleep, I want you to con-show him.
Okay, Roger, hold on.
Slap him.
Both fingers,
Alright,
Dracoma.
he's awake, guys.
2 fingers, well, 4 fingers technically, Dracoma. The double finger con-show.
Good lord.
Anywho,
Put your whole body into it. Make sure use your knees.
yeah, we're not standing up right now. But
Mhm.
I would if I could.
Fair,
Trust
fair.
me.
If you do it hard enough, you'll go through the chair.
We are sitting on the couch, but sure.
You will go through the
Clip
couch.
through.
Backrooms him. Backrooms his anus.
Yes.
Comical. Comical?
Comical, are you dead?
Yep. What's up?
Oh, that worked.
Sneezing.
I'm just drinking tea.
Do you want to join me in secrets for a bit?
Huh?
Oh, that's good.
Play
He was
with
supposed
you.
to do this around an hour ago, but I believe he fell asleep.
People were busy.
Can we have an hour extension?
I wish.
No.
Come on, guys. I thought you guys loved Con.
I do. One day, Ghost. One day I'll have money and a regular sleep schedule and a good diet and not immense amounts of stress, and I'll run 8 to 10 hour D&D sessions.
Oh, fuck yeah.
God, I have all this fucking free time now, but it's like scattered around looking for college and preparing for the I don't know what it's called, I guess like field tests in every high school subject,
Mm-hmm.
or practicum tests, which is a big deal on the second semester. And D&D, but I want to play more D&D, but I feel like I have a lot of responsibility.
I mean, yeah. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to play D&D at all anymore after I get a job, because at this point I have to get any job at all.
Amazing. Well, at night you play almost in the middle of the night.
Yeah, and I would have to sleep for my job.
Oh, right, that makes sense.
I hope nothing bad happens, but let's put it this way. As soon as somebody actually fucking picks up a phone or touches a keyboard after reading my 8th application, I'll let you know.
Oh, you wanna be a fry cook? You need a bachelor's degree for that.
Yeah, more along the lines of, you want to be a fry cook? Well, I see that you are not only qualified, but overqualified, and you said you will take literally any hours, and we wrote urgently hiring on our ad and put the ad on 4 different places. But I don't feel like touching a keyboard or picking up a phone, so fuck you, is more what's happening.
You go. Man,
And I love how everything's apply online. I go into these places with all of my documentation ready to apply for a job, and none of them even have a common fucking courtesy to either hand me a paper application or to fucking sit me down and interview me, even if that place is fucking barren and they have a sign saying, please, please, we're urgently hiring, need people now, all positions, and they won't. They just fucking say, sorry, you have to go apply online. Every fucking time. What if I didn't have a cell phone? I don't even have a cell phone. What if I didn't have access to a cell phone? What if I didn't have internet connection? Oh, that's right. I'd just be fucked. That's why there's so many homeless people in this state. We are drowning in them here.
What state do you live in?
Texas.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense.
Everything's big in Texas, including the homeless rate.
Especially the homeless rate. One day I'll snap.
Christmas tree.
I'm either gonna snap and become that guy they talk about on the news, or I'm gonna make it big and become that guy they talk about on the news. I don't know which.
Let's finish Dragon Lords first, damn.
That's more me saying my life in the world is so broken I have no idea where the fuck it's going anymore. Not me threatening anyone. FBI agent watching the stream. My only fan. The only guy who watches my streams is my FBI agent. Thanks for watching, bro.
Make sure you're mentally sane.
I thought they got rid of that sort of thing, like watching
Or
over
CIA
surveillance
agent
like that when
Homeland
they
Security. It's a joke, Ghost.
when they got discovered. Wait, but they did, right? Did they?
We don't know.
Oh, amazing.
I mean,
'Cause,
why would they?
I remember like
Ghost.
someone admitted to
If
it.
they stopped that program, why would they tell us?
Damn, that's crazy.
Why would they tell us that they stopped? Do you think there's integrity in the government? There's not. There's nothing like that. They could get away with not telling us, and they could benefit from it, so they won't.
This is why I chose Mr. House to win over the Mojave.
You are aware. I mean, there's, you know what? Given your choices in that game, good enough, just as good as any other.
Well, Independent New Vegas and Legion is kind of a no-go.
Well,
I just play that.
Mr. House is Independent New Vegas.
No, it has government. He's an autocrat. Independent
Yeah,
New Vegas, no one is a leader.
Ghosts. Independent does not mean lack of government. Independent just means it's its own sovereign nation with its own government.
No,
were
there's
you thinking-
actual like no, there's actual content where everyone just is an anarchist.
Yeah, that's not the Mr. House ending. That's not the
No,
Independent New
the
Vegas
Independent.
ending. There.
Like in the ending sequel, that's what they implied.
Okay. Maybe you're just using the wrong word here, Ghost. The ending where you side with Mr. House, that's the independent New Vegas ending. The ending where you kill Mr. House and all the other factions, that's the anarchist ending.
No, the Mr. House ending is where you side with the Mr. House. That's why it's called the Mr. House ending.
It's also called the independent New Vegas ending. Ghost, that would,
that's stupid.
if Mr. House gets his way, it's independence for New Vegas. New Vegas becomes its own sovereign country. It's independent. That's what that's called. Its own formal internal government has taken over the area and become the only form of government, also known as independence.
Then why is the Mr. House ending is where everyone else don't get anything and Yes Man win?
That's not the Mr. House ending. That's the Benny ending. Or are you talking about the one where, like, you kill Mr. House and put Yes Man in the computer?
Yeah, that's independent New Vegas because there's no. Okay, whatever.
But that's
what
not
what is the Yes Man ending called?
I think it's just called the Yes Man ending, and it's, I guess, technically the anarchist ending, but it won't be anarchist forever because it's implied Yes Man's gonna snap and take over. Because
definitely.
You kill Mr. House. Or no. So there's different Yes Man endings. There's you kill everyone ending, and you don't put Yes Man in the computer. I think that's an ending. That might be a fan ending. And then there's the one where you take over and you choose which factions you want to be your friends, and then you kill Mr. House and you become leader, which I think requires you to work with Yes Man. So technically the kill everyone but put Yes Man in the computer ending and the you choose who you like and put Yes Man in the computer ending are technically the same ending as far as final outcome goes. Because Yes Man's gonna fucking snap and take over either way. Except I guess maybe there's more hope with the you making friends ending, because when he tries to do that, you, the Khans, possibly the NCR, possibly the Legion, possibly the Brotherhood of Steel, and so on and so forth, will all gang up and fight the Securitrons, hopefully, but the scope of the Securitron army is never fully declared, and how much worse it'll get, because is it 1,000 Securitrons, or is it hundreds of thousands of them? Or is it a continuous source of them out of factories that are just churning them out constantly? You know.
Yeah, because like the amount of manpower they have in like the post-apocalyptic world there, it's like nowhere as big as what we thought an army would be.
Well, that's because it's a Bethesda game. And they make approximations of scale. They don't make actual stuff. So, you know, they could have, you know, learned from Assassin's Creed or whatever and generate a bunch of nothing NPCs, but that would make finding the important NPCs harder. But then again, they somehow did it in Cyberpunk 2077, but Cyberpunk 2077 is very new. But then again, everything they used to make that work, you could also just do in the older games. My point is, it's because Bethesda games don't put the true populations and the true amount of buildings and the true city sizes and all that.
Goldberry.
They what?
Nothing.
It's basically it's an approximation of scale. Like I said, like every one person in a Bethesda game is technically 4,000 or some shit like that. It's like equivalent to that population or whatever. And then once they do that, they then cull out all the ones that aren't important to quests or don't serve a specific purpose. This is why, like, the biggest city in Skyrim is like 30 houses. Even Daggerfall did this. But yes, it's maybe they call the ending the Independent New Vegas ending, where you kill everyone and don't put Yes Man in the computer and everything is just anarchy. Oh, welcome back. No, it's
Hello,
not.
guys.
I mean,
Like the Yes Man ending because it's not a free New Vegas. It's just the Yes Man's the overlord of New Vegas. You're not in charge.
it's implied that he is, yeah. Very heavily implied.
Yeah, I don't know why my character don't want to be as in charge, man.
Yeah, it is kind of weird that you have to do Yes Man. I think you do, but then again, New Vegas is unfinished. There probably was supposed to be an ending where you don't use Yes Man, but I don't know.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things. Like there's cut content. Like you can actually, you're supposed to be able to like play after the like slideshow,
Yeah.
but they cut it out because they can't really flesh that out.
Yeah, Bethesda didn't give them enough time. They made that game in like 8 months. Anyway.
And the
Yeah, they
instant they said, "All right, we can play, but it's a little buggy at the moment," Bethesda was like, "All right, ship it out," so that they could fuck Obsidian out of the bonus, which
Yep.
destroyed Obsidian because they said if this game gets a high enough score, it will give you a bonus of like I think it was like I don't remember what it was. But because it was such a buggy mess, because they didn't have enough time to like the instant it was like quote unquote playable, it was shipped out by Bethesda,
Yeah.
and that tanked the score. And I think it was still good enough that it was like 2 or 3 points up. It was
Yeah.
only 2 or 3 points below the required score.
Yeah. Bethesda's scum, and always will be, and I put them on the fucking shit list with EA already, so fuck them. I can't wait for them to die and their IPs to be sold off to people who I'm going to sadly have to say are less scummy because, you know, non-scum people don't exist in the AAA sector.
You mean like how Bethesda is now owned by Microsoft?
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing better, I think.
We don't know.
They're forcing them to fix shit.
We haven't seen yet when not even Elder Scrolls 6, when the games after Elder Scrolls 6 and the Outer Wilds, the Bethesda space game, when the games after those two games come out, we'll know. Because those two games are currently in the Bethesda development loop and are being at most salvaged or just rushed out to get them out of the way to make room for the new generation of Microsoft overlord Bethesda. We don't know. So in 20 years we'll know.
Let's continue.
Yes.
How you doing, Astra?
Astra's friend.
Jermoka, wake him up.
Wake up.
Okay. Hey.
You need to be here for all sessions now.
Alright. He told me.
Inject him with caffeine.
Do it, Melon Man! Destroy my scrotum! Pomata Mehu!
I don't want to. Is that a reference?
Honest.
Oh, God.
Moment.
What's up? You up, Astra?
Jumping jacks.
Astra?
Hmm?
You good?
Yeah.
Okay. You're echoing, and I don't know through whose.
I think it's me.
It might be. Say
Oh
something,
fuck, I'm
Astra?
at 4%. Hold on, I'm gonna grab a charger.
Yep, it is definitely through ghosts.
Oh.
Alright. How are you, baby?
Payday.
God, this map is so much shit written on it.
I know, right?
It's beautiful.
Let's see.
Is that Mallow?
Sorry?
Why is there an arrow from
Oh, don't worry about that.
here to the bottom? Okay.
Alright then.
Maybe that's my invasion plan through the Kresk Empire.
It was like Jazira, Ustin, and Benduri that are the cult-controlled spaces, right?
Yeah, the ones
Yeah.
on the right.
It's on the eastern parts.
Yeah.
Parts where the cult
And then
people
the
are.
Saloon Archipelago.
Yeah, that's where Kret's planning.
It's a lot of land to conquer.
Who says we're gonna conquer it so much as throw it into complete horrifying destabilization and mass slaughter, and then maybe one day try to settle it, or just let it rot.
Waking.
I'm sure it won't become just a fucking sink for all the positive energy in the material plane over time.
It's... Oh god.
Who rubbing over there?
That's Astro, I think.
Astro, are
Robin.
you?
Astro to be Robin.
What is the thing the kids say?
Quit
Zerking.
jerking
Look at-
off.
Oh shit,
But
you can't.
I don't even watch Sherma, but I know that term. I hate it.
so let's go ahead and get started.
Alrighty.
Who can tell me what happened last session?
Fortune
Go ahead, freaky.
screaming and fangirling in the distance about just meeting the original fucking Steel Veins, the founder of her entire fucking clan, in the plane of fucking neutral goodness itself, and the angels will never let that go.
Nice.
But yeah, Fortune Duran have returned from their astral plane Arcadia adventure 5 months after the fact. Belfira is in fucking shambles. The Dragonborn kingdom, that's name escapes me, where we killed the clown, is not helping us, right? Kresk. The Kresk Empire is currently not helping out with the cult activity because they have their own shit to deal with. Pice is beginning recovery from the fires, although the loss of their food exports is a huge fucking issue. The Kresk Empire looks like Russia. Anyway, probably not. It's too low. If anything, Zemija is Russia.
Yeah, Zemja looks
Zemija.
a lot like Russia.
Zemerja is more or less Russia, yeah.
Yeah. This is the cheeky leaky. So yeah, you guys are getting 5 months of downtime. I don't know what you did during that downtime. We got called in to a meeting where it was explained that the cult activity has dropped down to basically nothing after Doros Garrison fucking exploded and killed tens of thousands of people. Salim and Awen had a wonderful experience on the spirit train, where Awen learned that boys exist. We're so proud of her. And Salim lost a fuck ton of money.
10
I
platinum.
can still gain it
Or
now.
100
I can
platinum.
go to Moon Trip.
I'm sure that
I
will
can
end
still
well.
make my money. I can still get my money back.
Do you really want to go to microtransaction hell with 10 platinum and pretend that'll go well for you?
I've played a total of 3 Bethesda games.
Ghost, that's 100 gold.
And if you do too well, they're gonna fucking Royal Top Casino you and never let you back in.
Skelly is dead.
It's been dead a long time.
Orion has been working with the cleanup effort. Nigel has also been helping him with that. And you guys met Nigel Hume Man. Orin was spirited away by a god that he did a favor for. That brought him, I believe it was back to the IAG headquarters after bringing him back to a holy place.
No, he was sent to Sejog.
Oh, okay, the IAG headquarters in Seagog it was.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then he had to make his own way back from there.
Yes. Which he has teleportation circle, so that's not too difficult.
By the way, has Orion been contacting Colin as usual?
Colin?
Aster?
Orion has the sending stone to Colin.
Yes. Would they have been in contact?
Yes.
Okay.
You notice that after the Pice incident, like after his job is done over there, most of the times you can't get a hold of him. Saying that he's busy.
The fuck?
Exa, can I get I met Jobak steel veins tattooed onto my forehead? No, Kelly. No, you can't.
Oh, God. And, he also, Fortune got a pretty neat ring.
Oh, that's right. She got basically a belt of dwarven kind in ring form.
Yeah, it's fucking sick.
It's a legendary item.
I love having advantage on every check, every persuasion check against the whole race.
I know, right? I mean, she basically had that already.
Fortune with a gigantic, fully groomed beard makes me giggle.
God. Also, advantage on all artisans' tools checks, which is fucking insane narratively. Advantage on all charisma checks with dwarves, +2 constitution, so I got a cool extra point of HP per level. I already had poison resistance. So yeah, like, the ring itself is what's important, because I know I had the diplomat feat, which basically gives me the same thing, but almost better. And, I mean, advantage, yeah. But the Artisan's Tools is fucking insane, and the Constitution's great. This was not the best item to give Fortune, as far as its effects go. But it was the best item to give Fortune as far as what this item is. And that's what's important.
But, yeah.
And she will never take it off.
Payday? You here?
I have 2 attunement slots now, forever.
Payday?
She's been muted this like this.
Oh, she
for a
lives.
while.
Sorry.
Oh wait, no wait.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, I've been here.
Just wanted to make sure you're here. Alright. Let's go ahead and start. Let's see.
I was cracking hazelnuts this whole time, so I didn't want to.
And now to roll 5 months of faceless attacks with, or not 5 months, however long the downtime we get after these missions of faceless attacks with Durant.
What was your mission with like your dad again? You're gonna kill him.
Yeah, McFucking murder him.
Big fucking
Awesome.
Yeah.
I might have someone that is very close to him that could do that.
You
Well, I
might,
don't know.
We still have the murder suicide pact with Orion and Duran if Fortune dies.
oh yeah, just guns blazing.
Yeah, like just Orion goes to Duran. Hey, you know, we can't avenge Fortune's death, but we can still get some revenge on the motherfucker that made her so miserable. That made her and you so miserable.
You son of a bitch, I mean.
All right, so let's see. Orion is not doing much. He's mostly just helping in Gafira for those 5 months.
Whenever he has downtime, he'd work on his eye.
Yeah, sounds good.
Oh yeah, I've got to remove
What
one
ex-
more
what
attendant
all-
slot for that.
what all are you doing with that eye again?
So he already has just like the mechanical eye thing. The what was it? Which is the
The ersatz eye?
Yes. And first thing he's probably gonna do is get, he has goggles of night already, but he wants to try and put the replicate the magical effect of the goggles of night into that eye.
He wants to make a ersatz eye of night vision so that he has night vision in one eye.
Yeah, that would be a bit. That would be slightly complicated, but yeah, you could probably do that.
Now, would that give him the one eye effect where, like, he has to close the other eye and he gets the disadvantage on perception checks? When in
I mean,
darkness?
he would only have the dark vision in one eye. Yeah.
Well, actually, then I'll start with the eye of eagle effect with the one eye, so I can see really far away.
That does work better, yeah.
Okay, yeah. The Eye of Eagle is what kind of item? What rarity?
Eye of eagle.
Pretty sure it's uncommon.
Eyes of the eagle are uncommon.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. So, go ahead and roll a Tinker's Tools check for me, please.
Alrighty. Come on, Ryan. Don't fuck me now. 25.
Let's go.
Yeah, you'd be able to rather easily do it. It takes a good amount of time because like, you're helping rebuild the city, like you're doing all of your military obligations. Like you basically have like 3 full-time jobs at this point, including. So it would take you.
You more or less
A few-
work and sleep at this time.
Yes.
There's only 4. Wait. There's only 3 8-hour instances in a day.
Yeah. Yeah, you basically just, whenever you go to sleep, you just wake up and go right back to work, basically.
Roll for madness.
No, this is how Orion's lived all for like.
He already has
A decade
persisting
and a half.
madness.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll say it takes, let's see. Under those circumstances, and you're not particularly familiar with using magic yourself, I'd say it takes about the 4 months to put the thing in the eye, the effect.
Right. And he'd start work on adding eyes of minute seeing. He'd just start work on the theory crafting on that, but probably wouldn't be able to get anywhere close to being done in the last
Alright.
month.
I'll say roll a Tinker's Tools with Intelligence.
Alright. Oy. Nope.
You are physically, emotionally, mentally exhausted at this point. So, considering like how many different ways you're being pulled, you get a good like idea overdraft of how you gonna do it, but some of the ideas you're not entirely certain. Like, okay, so how do I switch from one to the other to normal? I can't think straight. The sergeant had me doing push-ups for 6 hours yesterday.
I can barely do 7.
Jesus Christ.
No, he's actually maybe he's got 9 strength.
Is this a lion or is this a lot?
All right. But yeah, you have a pretty good amount of you've got a pretty good overview of what you want to happen. It's just the interaction between the far seeing and the minute seeing that's driving you a bit batty.
Yeah.
Fortune, I need your help. Oh my god, what happened to your eye? Don't worry about it. I need your help.
Did you just pop out your own eye, by the way?
No,
Okay.
it happened during. It's go. I have one scripted event in the like, if we ever do the one shot where it's Orion's search team, and that's like
Yes.
something just flies into his eye, like a spell goes off and either shrapnel just flies into his eye or something like that.
Okay.
I can't believe Nigel was picking his teeth with a knife again and took out Orion's eye in a comical mess up.
God.
My god.
Well,
Son of a bitch.
Well,
It's
Ryan,
nothing else.
we're scar buddies now. That's how Nigel got the scar on his lip.
Well, I was gonna get rid of it in one way or another.
He was walking and picking his teeth with a knife.
Oh,
Like a
God, that's
fucking
just
idiot.
Anyways. Yeah. And then on to Salem.
Hello,
Let's
it's
see.
me. When do I get that information, by the way?
It would be about a couple of weeks after you get back.
Can I request that it be after like 2 months, because I want train up on Tough Beat and Shield Master, because that's like a thing that Salem would immediately jump on.
Sure.
Thank you. Each takes a month because you said like training up beat like it's a month, like 4 weeks.
It's 10 months minus your intelligence modifier. Or it's 10 weeks minus your intelligence modifier.
Jesus, that was right. Damn. 10 weeks minus. Oh, 6 weeks.
Yes.
Damn. Okay, yeah. Oh shit, that's 3 months. Alright. Can I get 3 months?
6 weeks is a month and a half.
Yeah. He's training too.
Fair enough.
But yeah, if you're training too, then yeah, it would be 3 months. So.
Okay. So with the information got that I know the route, I know the checkpoints of where it happened. I would like to send letters to Warden Tuolo and the leader, and then I would personally go to Tralala myself to inform them of this information, and that we
Alright.
should meet up and discuss and actually focus on this because things are getting close.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds
This 'cause
good. Most
things are getting
of what Tralala says to you is swear words, but
amazing.
Fuck!
How did you get this
number?
No, he went there. He went to him in person.
New phone, who this? But yeah, so you are you head to Tralala, and what do you say to him?
Hello. How was your? You said. Wait. You said something about the marquee having those crystals, and you requested it for me. And I told you. Yeah. Remember what I told you about how you can make those out of those crystals? How's that going?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Ghost? You kind of cut in and out for me.
Basically, like, remember when I went to Tralala, he was like, "Hey, can I get like a couple of people that can help me? You know, with like I forgot what it was about, but he was requesting a couple of people, and then I said like, hey, since the fucking marquee apparently has the some crystals, why don't you use that? It might be having a fever dream."
Let me double check something. Hey, Payday.
Hmm?
Sorry, I didn't hear anyone in Discord, so I thought my Discord was fucking up.
No, I just went a little quiet.
Oh, okay, cool. So
It might have fucked up, but we were a bit quiet at the moment. Let's see. Ba-ba-da-ba-da.
Yep,
Okay,
notes in
yeah.
every encounter.
I have notes
Whatever.
for. I make notes for every day.
Okay. Whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, 1 second. Oh my god. I want you died, and I want her back.
Hashtag
God.
fuck.
Oh god. That.
Hashtag hatred.
Oh, that's what it says. Hatred. I thought it said that end or something like that. God.
It does say haterade. Oh god.
Oh god. Hashtag scene.
Yeah, I have to
That's
look away.
Oh my god.
This is my culture, William. Don't laugh.
I'll laugh all I goddamn want to.
How dare you
Anyways,
laugh at my edge culture?
So yeah, there would be a. He would tell you that it's going somewhat well. The new recruits have been are being trained. And I made you. Oh, I remember those cute little guys. Yeah, it's going rather well. The two new recruits are adjusting to, having limbs and stuff like that, and doing rather well in training. One of them is
Yes.
actually, one of them actually has a proclivity for druid work. So
Oh. Oh, that's very interesting, Tralala. I love to see new people of our kind made. But how is working the market working? How is he doing? What's he been doing since the fall of Jafira?
You're sinking in an outghost.
Yeah.
Hmm.
He,
It might
he
just be
just
the
looks at you.
connection.
He just looks at you and he goes, "Fan-fucking-tastic."
All right. Well, I got a new lead on where the crystal
Good. Who holds
shipment.
it?
Some ASMR guy from what I've gathered. But we can. At least I have a track. He like shows like his map where it's like trailed.
I like to think Trala is stuck processing at should he be angry that you just no-sold him, or are you that stupid?
Yes. But I've already told the others. Warden Tuolo and the leader is still alive, and I've told them to meet up. Have you? Is there a way for you to take a leave, perhaps? This is a very important matter, and we're getting close. With the fall of Jafira, I fear that love is next. And our eternal order has been taking imports, taking suspicious amounts of imports of food and building materials as of late. Maybe they're expecting a siege.
Hmm.
Maybe they're trying to pull in while hold out while the whole country is being invaded. Maybe they already know about the invasion. Maybe they're in on the cult.
I'm hearing a lot of maybes from you.
Oh, I have a lot of hatred for Magniotia. That's why I'm speculating the worst.
Just the unimpressed raised eyebrow. Right. Oh, you said you got this.
Does Trala just have like fridge magnet eyebrows that he sticks on his face for this?
Let's say yes.
Okay.
No. He has like oil-based paint that he draws them on and then rubs them off to draw new ones.
Perfect.
Oh, tra-la-la.
What did you say?
I said, oh, tra-la-la. I just find that name hilarious.
The artificer that made it fucking snap.
No, he was made in the Grove, man. He was a member of your group, remember?
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing like the people that made the Warforged are artificers. Made our Warforged are artificers.
No,
Like
they were
the body
druids.
frame and all that. Artificers, druids, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, artificers and druids. But he just goes, alright, and when do we kill the prick?
When proper documents and when we can show proof to this to our people that Magdiotiak did what is it? Did break the law, and now so we would have proper legitimacy to challenge his claim.
So you've got nothing right now.
I have this. It shows the map again.
So what you're saying is, right now you're wasting my fucking time.
I wanted to come with me and look for it.
I told you, Salem. I would help you kill Otiug. Until then, I've got a pretty good gig going on here. I'm not going to follow you to the. I'm not going to follow you to the taint of the world for something that might not work out.
What I'm hearing is we murder Marco first so that he no longer has a good thing going. You can convince him to do. Okay.
Question: does Marco know about what we will be doing? What you will be doing?
I told him I've got some personal business coming up.
And how does he feel about that? How does he feel about you taking the crystals and making your whole squad with it?
He's pretty. He's not. He's pretty chuffed about it. He's got a few more enforcers willing to work for him. You gotta admit, being a noble's bodyguard, literally from birth, has probably got its perks.
I am right chuffed about this. La.
Are you training them to be loyal to Mark? Or are you training them to be loyal to you and the Order?
I'm training them to be loyal to me. And right now, I'm loyal to Marco.
I trust that will soon change once we win. Have I told
We'll
told
see
you
about
about yes, and once you do beat Magneotio, do consider putting some of us in the council of the new government that I told you about, because that's whole deal change the eternal order.
Right.
Okay. If you don't want to come, I mean, this is supposedly pretty diplomatic, so I don't expect you to come. I don't really expect you to come anyway.
As you're talking,
Thanks.
when you say, "Do you want to come?" he just turns around and starts walking away. Doesn't even let you finish.
You know, for a being that'll live
Alright.
for possibly thousands of years, he's really impatient.
Yeah, shit, dude. People are waiting for. But yeah, he's gonna. Salem is gonna. In the letters, he's probably gonna say like, "Hey, meet and Moondrip," and shit. And like
After
basically,
I lose another few thousand gold.
yeah. No, I'm not gonna
Fortune-
gamble yet.
Fortune's gonna beat you to death.
I'm not gonna tell
Fortune's
him.
gonna
I'm not
make
gonna
the fucking distortion jelly that I was working on for another campaign just to fucking punish you with.
What is distortion jelly?
Distortion slurry, sorry. Basically, it's goop that has, like, magic disruptive effects that makes constructs suffer the confusion spell effect and the poisoned effect.
Oof.
Okay, gamers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna meet a Moondrip. Who does Warren Trollo and the leader, accept the invitation?
Yes.
Why meet in Moondrip? That's like the worst place to have a meeting.
Because that's like the first checkpoint, of the trail goes.
Okay,
This is the Black Trail.
fair enough. Oh, okay, I thought that was Borders.
You know, that's a weird damn border.
It's not that weird for Borders. Have you ever looked at
So yeah, you all head to Moondrip. Warden Tuolo is basically sticking to the leader's side, like a puppy, basically. Because as you're informed, Warden Tuolo lost most of his money within the first hour or two.
We all have gambling addictions. We are all communist robots who has gambling addictions.
Beep boop.
Uh,
Must gamble.
No,
but
leader doesn't have a gambling problem.
surprise.
That's why he's the
No.
leader.
But Salem's just gonna say to all of them, like, this is probably I don't know, like outside the casino. He will say like, oh, Warden Tuelo, I would have suggested that you use psionics to win at the roulette table, but this is the first check.
Leader basically clips you on the head. Salem, no, it is wrong to cheat. I'm very disappointed in you.
Well,
Dad!
the thing is, you know, they're all bloodthirsty vampires, and I mean, I emphasize the bloodthirsty part.
We don't have blood, Salem. Why would you care about that?
Perhaps,
They're
but they
more-
are still people. It's
They're
rude.
undead.
Bloodthirsty people.
But yes. Now, about the searching part, the watchers of I forgot their names. Hold on. The where is it? Oh, agent of the witness. The witness says, like, it's an organization. They didn't really inform me who or where they went in Moondrip exactly. But
They actually would have.
okay.
It would. They didn't actually go in Moondrip, just past it, as far as they're aware.
Damn. Okay.
It was actually heading from Fear down south towards a mining town in the Kresk Empire, on a caravan. Let's see.
By the way, I'm a bit off today. I don't know why, but my roleplay might be.
That's fun. Uh,
Getting rusty.
Are you alright?
No, in terms of playing Salem, because
There's been roleplay stagnation in the last couple of sessions and cancellations and shit.
Yeah, a little bit.
yeah.
Because I had to focus so much on various people. But yeah, the caravan was called the Pestle. Let's see. And it went from Fear to a small village on the southern part of the Kresk Empire.
Was the caravan? Did the caravan consist of an Azamar fellow with a suit?
Ba-ba-da-ba-da. That information. No.
Okay.
At least they don't believe so.
Well,
And the village was actually called Venzor.
damn! Why the fuck did we meet in Moondrip then? I thought I had no other information. William,
Yes.
would you be so kind as to retcon it that we meet in fucking Venzor?
Sure.
Okay,
Important
thank
information.
right. Over here. Yes. The caravan stopped there, right?
Yes.
Alright. Alright. Well, first thing. Do I recognize? Do I recognize any like? I'm guessing like there's a mayor's place.
This is a somewhat small area. They've got the
It's mostly the mine, isn't it?
yeah. It's a mine a lot mostly.
Right.
Give me a second.
Is there like a refinery or a smithy?
There would be, yes.
Right.
Give me
Can
a second.
Salem?
There we go.
Place your bets how asleep is Astro.
Oh, very. I'm guessing his friend is also asleep.
But yeah, you go. You would probably you'd be able to very easily find a refinery. It doesn't ship out like metal blocks per se, but it makes it so that it's not the city isn't just like throwing out. It's basically alloys like slag and things like that.
Yeah. So with my Aldrich sight, can I detect if there are any magic similar to the crystal? I'm guessing it's like life energy. Can I even detect that with detect magic?
Evocation. But the crystals might not. Well, no, they are magic items of magic ore, so yeah, they'd be evocation. Possibly even necromancy, depending on the methodology of their creation. Do they snatch life energy from surrounding sources, or...
I mean, it's psionic, so might be from the ethereal plane.
If it's purely psionic, that would just mean the crystals contain a consciousness and no kind of power source. It's just a crystalline source of thought, in which case they'd provide no magic.
Oh,
Although you would probably be able to detect the minds with detect thoughts.
I don't have that spell, sadly.
That is rather unfortunate. Sorry.
Actually, usually shipments, someone like a manager need to like look over the paperwork for that. Who would that be? Can I like ask around?
Warehouses have foremen.
Yeah. And there's actually only about 3 warehouses in this place.
You meet a short and very kind Hispanic gentleman named Mike. He's your best friend the moment you meet him.
Alright. Warden Tuolo and Leader, I think we should split up between these warehouses and ask around.
The 2 of them will nod at you. Yes, that is probably for the best. I'm trying to go for like a Captain Ginyu-esque thing for leader.
Right, that's probably for the best. But you have to be a bit more on everything.
Yeah.
Or are you
more
going
emphatic.
Japanese Ginyu?
Team 4-star.
Oh, okay, then a bit more posh than you.
Yeah. Very well. Let us come to Olo. Let us head out.
Should I ask, uh, ask clearly about the fact that I'm looking for a crystal this big and might contain stuff? Or no, no, ask if there are any shipments made by the Pestle caravan.
That might be for the best, yes. Should, perhaps being a bit more direct with what you're looking for would be very good as well, but I see no reason why the people here should be untowards towards us. Rather helpful small folks.
Oh yes, the humans they appear to be very scared of us. Though, and I was in the train and I just flipped my shield and people. I got a notice from the conductor that I should stop doing that, but do be more careful. They are a bit soft.
This place is actually mostly Dragonborn.
Shit, never mind that.
You guys get
must
like
be hell
stared
working
down.
at the fucking. Must be hell working at the smithy with those fucking scales.
Depends on if they're
I
red
mean, if-
dragonborn.
Yeah.
A lot of them probably don't even feel the heat.
But yeah, I'm gonna go to one of the foremen and ask if there are any shipments made by the Pestle recently. Pestle caravan.
Yeah, you ask that, and as you walk in, the person is actually a white Dragonborn.
I got Axel.
Is he an effeminate, rich Louisianan
Alright.
with a fan and a white suit?
No.
I don't know what the
Damn.
fuck kind of reference you're
Dude, Claire, what are you doing here?
What did he say? Well,
He just looks at you and hello, Metal Man. Can I help you with something?
oh yes, you can. I'm
Oh, it
looking
speaks.
for-
Wind-up toys have gotten really advanced these days.
Well, I'm not from Gentro around here, but I'm looking for a shipment made by the Pestle, the caravan called the Pestle. It was made around 5 or 4 months ago.
Well, which is it? 3, 4, 5?
Can you look around those times? Just
Ghost is a
Can I
trade
look at all of
warehouse. That's a margin of tens of thousands of items.
damn, that's crazy.
It's a rather small village. It wouldn't be nearly that much, but
Well, is the village
it's something along those lines. Yeah.
is the village a stop along the way of a trade route?
I mean,
Yeah, it's a stop on a trade route. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be big.
Plus, they have their own exports. So
Yeah.
have they been exporting, or no? Have they been importing any? Have you been receiving any crystals from them this big, and probably glowing with certain chromatic colors?
You come in here and ask a lot of questions, but who the hell are you? And
Does he
why
seem
should I answer anything?
intimidated, or just? Does he seem like intimidated, or like, oh shit, why are you asking about that? Or just like, oh, this guy's rude.
Little of column A, little of column B. I mean, he's a businessman, and he just walked into his and you just walked into his thing and started interrogating him. So he's just wondering, like, who are you and why should I tell you a damn thing?
So
He
the
is
leader steps
very,
in.
he is rather wary because, like, you are very heavily armed and armored, which seems to be making him less inclined to answer your questions. But
Well, you see, those things were stolen from a lot of good people. My order, if you know, those in the Warforged and the Lave, and we sort of needed back since to help with probable invasion in the Lave soon to come, since now Jafira has fallen. If you don't mind speeding up that process, you can help us a lot, and we will remember your name. I don't. What's your name?
we'll remember your name. What is your name? Let's see. Sorry, give me a second.
I like to think leader will start doing the Captain Ginyu pose, and the rest of you will have deep-seated, hard-coded programming that forces you all to also do it. Tokusentai.
There's only 3 people.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Ginyu squad was only 5 people.
Yeah, and the Ginyu Force also had several different pose statuses for differing amounts of their, squad. They had 3-man sets as well. It was only when they were down to 2 men that they had to improvise.
Anyways, he will tell you that his name is Yazis.
Yazis. So what do you say, Yaz?
Do you have any proof that these items were stolen? I'd hate to send you after someone who hasn't done anything.
Well, I have those items in possession of me, and I know for a fact that, as a law in my order, those things are not supposed to be traded willy-nilly.
Right.
He pulls out the lightsaber crystal. And
As the crystal leaves the lightsaber, you just collapse on the dirt.
It's a separate entity.
I know.
Yeah,
I just find that really funny. Like Dr. Bright's necklace, like he just shows it to you, takes it off, and just instantly dies.
Steals your body, keeps going.
But roll a persuasion check, Ghost.
Okie dokie. Hold on. Do I have anything to support it? But I do have proficiency. Let's go.
Well, I don't know nothing about an order or any tree huggers down in Lave. But you all are very scary, so... Yeah, we've had lots of... They come here about once a month. They head up and down the mountain.
Do they bring the same shipment?
Not always. We usually give them the same thing, but sometimes they bring a few different items. Sometimes they bring more, sometimes they bring less. Honestly, it depends on what they get. Had one time when they had a bunch of porcelain plates that they tried to drive up the mountain. Honestly, they had more dust than plate at the end of that.
Right. And do you know who sent them? Are they independent or are they answering for something?
I don't really know.
Hey, so I check that shit.
All right, go ahead.
8.
He seems to be telling the truth.
That's fair, but do we have those shipments? The crystals I'm talking about?
Not that I've seen.
No. Shit.
They do sometimes meet up with other caravans and exchange goods here.
Well, I know they went south here to Disney. Do you have their extended trade route?
As far as I'm aware, it's just them. Might
Right.
have.
And you said they come here once a month. Have
Yeah,
they
about.
yeah. Have they came here this month?
Yeah, they were here last week.
Where did they go?
They went back north.
Well, may you assist me with if you have actually not there's a proper document for it.
What?
I'm just talking to myself. God, my brain is not fucking functioning. But fine. You've done all you can. I thank you for it. Yes, yes. Fuck me. Yes. Um, do you have any? Do you have any donkeys I can? Actually, no. I should probably go first to the stable. Thank you. Yes. He goes back and waits for the others. Go back out.
Uh, Warden Twolo arrives maybe a minute after you. But Leader takes about 3 hours.
Jesus. Does he eventually come back?
Yeah, he comes back.
I thought he died.
No, he comes back after about 3 hours.
You took a while.
Yes, he was quite a lovely man. Told me about his family. Quite the extended branch. Yeah,
Is this man Ginyu Rogers?
kind of.
Wonderful.
Oh, that's fun. He's telling me about that in our travels later. So I found out that they're going up north through the mountains, and the Pestle caravan, and we should find a way to intercept them immediately. But my only plan is we go up the road and their usual trade route with maybe maybe I can buy a donkey or a cart, and we ask caravans going past if they have traded with this caravan, this special caravan, or not, and we go on from there. But Did you all find anything?
Excuse me. Warden Tuolo says that would tell you that this place is like very much like selling like slag basically. Somewhat
building
purified, like somewhat purified ores, but would need to be refined down further. That's how they get most of their money.
Fortune off the laziness of other metallurgists.
Basically, yeah. But they also that this is also one of the stops for caravans between Elana, which is the capital, and Gisney. If they go the overland route, usually it's the water route because Elana is like right by the river, so they can just go right down there and through the ocean.
Yeah. Alright. Later, did you find anything else? Other than his family?
Oh yes. You said that they headed down south towards the. You said that it was headed down south towards Disney, yes?
They did.
Well, I learned that in the last 6 months, there was only 3 caravans headed south that way. One of them was in the last couple of months, so it probably wasn't that one. And let's see. The other ones were the Mad Orb and the Block and Anvil.
The man did say that they might have traded with the other, what is it called, caravans. And seeing as the vessel went back north, they probably finished with the transaction. Why would they?
Oh,
Did you all ask about an ASMR man in any of those caravans?
yes, I did, but they didn't seem to have one.
Unfortunate.
Apparently there was a rather nicely dressed fellow. Very nice silks. Apparently from the western side of the Kresk Empire. The man I was talking to said he recognized the Maker's Mark. One of his sister works there, apparently. Quite a lovely woman. 2 sons.
And this well-dressed fellow, which caravan did he belong to?
Well, apparently he came in on the pestle, but then disappeared. He was... let's see... Apparently he was a gnome.
Fuck. Do you have any of the new trade routes of the Mad Orb and Block and Animal?
Yes. Apparently the Mad Orb, simply goes between here and Stolik.
I feel like that ship is
Totally.
captained by a beholder.
What ship?
It's not a ship, it's a caravan.
My
A
point
trade
stands.
The Mad Orb.
Oh, yeah, now think about it.
No, it just
Well-
got sick and tired of being pondered, so
Well, I guess that's where we're going. Now, I do
But
request that.
But apparently,
I-
the block and anvil just kind of goes all over the place. The leader apparently is a member of your organization, and so he's given travel rights.
Wait, hold on. My fucking dad is knocking on my door. Freaky roleplay.
You're a very naughty boy.
Oh, my God! Look what we have here, Clarice. Anyway, um, hey, boss! Boss, why the fucking asses fell over, boss? What do we got fucking do, boss? He's
See.
shitting all over the floor, boss!
Good lord.
Alright,
Alright,
I'm back. don't roleplay.
Boss, the box spilled over! There's fucking ball bearings mixing in with the ass's shit!
Who is he roleplaying at?
I don't know.
Weird Jace, I don't know.
Okay. Yes. But I do request that some of you chip in, as it seems like we need to buy a ride. A donkey. Or did they come here through like a ride? Like a donkey or like a carriage?
Which one?
Like any of them? Any of those two? Like the Ward Twello and Leader, I mean, like did they come here with like did they walk or airship?
Warden Tuolo would have come here with a caravan, but the leader would have come from Stalik. Like he would have had a horse.
One horse. Well, I know they have a lot of carts here and carts are cheap. Word Leader, do you think the horse can carry us? Or maybe we should buy another mule that can match its speed.
It might be best to find something to just find another horse for Warden here.
Yeah. How much is a horse?
It depends on the type of horse.
Probably like the like what horse is Leader doing? Leader like riding?
He has a war horse, which
Actually, what the
is
fuck am I doing? I have Tomothy.
Yeah.
Well, I have Tom. Warden Tuolo. Can you cast the Find Steed spell?
He shakes his head now.
All right. Well, we'll buy a horse then. Just like a pack horse.
All right. Buck up, my friend. You'll get a companion. Horses are quite lovely creatures. Not as hardy as donkeys, and they can't go as many places as donkeys, but still quite lovely. I had a horse once. It was a Palomino. Her name was Samantha. Rather common name, apparently.
Yes, I'm also surprised. I named my spider Tomothy, but I'm surprised that that's not really a common name. It's just like Tom and Timothy. I thought they would have thought of that by now.
So
What am I
that's
saying?
why I confused it with Tomothy.
It's I combined two common names.
You two get Warden Tuello, a horse, and start heading down south.
Game and the Stolen.
And let's hop over to Awen.
Yeah.
Payday.
Payday, you're muted.
Payday.
Yes?
Yeah. So after you get back from the back from back from the spirit train, you would head on over back to your village. Is there anything you want to do while you're there?
Well, she would get in contact back with her family and see how everything's being rebuilt with the money she sent back. Which, if I open up my notes up to this point, has been let's see, 30. At least a minimum of 40 platinum. Yeah, at least 40 platinum that she was able to send back thus far. Which to her was a lot. Probably not a lot in the long run, but to her it's a lot. I'm not sure. But see how things are doing. Spend time with her family. Get the talk from her mother when she asked her about feelings. Because before she was just more of the not interested in anyone in her town to.
Mom,
So
how
there
old?
was a guy that looked kind of pretty. Is pretty the word? Oh dear God, we didn't have to talk. Why do we not have to talk? She was never interested. What do you mean she was never interested? She never asked anything about boys. I didn't think she'd have to ask.
How much money did anyone send so far?
At least like 40 platinum. Because in one of the letters, she sent 30, and by the train, she had at least had another 10 from the master, so she sent that back.
Yeah. That's good.
But, yeah, so she got the talk from her mother, and, about hormones and all that good shit. But she finally explained what happened with the robot thing, that she was actually in there fighting. They kind of expressed that it's like that you don't have to keep doing this. You've done more than enough for us. But due to all that stuff that went down, her feeling responsibility for what happened, she decided to continue traveling with the group, at least when we all formed up again.
Oh.
So she spent a month in her town. Sorry, my voice is fucking starting to kill me for some reason. She spent the month in her town. Then started to go back to help out with the relief efforts, and getting the town back to normal or clean up after what happened. Her mother encouraged her to develop a friendship with the children she met on the train. So she started sending messages and maybe like fun little cool trinkets that she could find back to them, considering they might kind of be bored of their normal rich, snobby lives. Maybe.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check. I'll say roll 2.
Be my friend. Yeah.
Nice.
Be my friend again. Yeah.
What the fuck is that roll? Oh my god.
It's Awen's friendship roll.
It's a payday
You
roll.
rolled 3 15s.
We're just full of luck anomalies in this group.
Yeah. Anyway, you have contact with a few of them over the course of like the rest of the time. A few of them actually are. Let's see. Let me double check my notes for.
My poor dog. Look at hacking her brains out.
Is she all right?
Yeah, no, she's just old and sick, you know.
That's unfortunate. But yeah, you'd be able to talk to a few of them. One of them is an aristocrat, actually in Felsgate.
Oh, well. I'm ready.
Yeah, they actually live down in Saloon. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. They would actually seem rather interested in in your town, since it's so far north and so different from what they're used to. So they would probably ask like various questions, like how many people are there? Like, wow, that's amazing. I've never been anywhere with less than 100 people. They would ask about like foods, like what kind of foods you eat, about like various things.
And she would develop friendship with these people. She would, send messages back. Like I said, the whole do we get for friendship and not for like, oh, they're rich. If I gain favor, blah 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 blah.
Would you tell them about the hardships of your village?
Yeah. But of course, more in the not going into overly detail, because again, doesn't want to make the whole move depressing. But just like, yeah, we're like, I'm sending money back to the village because, like other places we've been hit by war and, shit like that. Payday can't really speak.
Yeah. They would, you would actually get, like over the course of like the 5 months, a couple of gifts. Let's see.
Oh, how sweet.
Most of it is just straight monetary, like just straight money. But one would actually send a few. There would be one person who'd actually would send like a few books just for you.
Oh, that's nice.
They're adventure books. One of them is a choose your own adventure book.
Irony. I'm already living that life. Irony.
Yep.
That's cute.
Hey, why did your
drive
family?
away the trials? God damn.
Awen, you would actually notice that there is no more drow in the town you're in your village. Like there's 0. There had been a few before you left, but
They all seemingly disappeared overnight.
no, you just lost them in the darkness.
Did they blend in?
Getting a little too close. It's hurting.
I almost made the joke at work and I almost shouldn't have.
I'm just filling out pies.
Yes, I already said that. Comical, I said they blended. Though concerning, still more priorities at hand for her. So, like I said, the 1 month there, spending that time with her family, the time with her sister, and then going back, like I said, for the other 4 months to help out with the relief, which is ironic now that she's been on the train and now that she's back to the toast and honey eating. She realizes now, like, how disappointing the meal really is. She was fine with it before, but now she realizes how. Oh my god, I've been eating. I've been eating horribly.
If you were to head towards the relief efforts, this would also include Nigel and Orion. You would actually be paid like basically 1 gold a day, and you would be given 2 meals a day, basically.
Yes, but then let me restate that. She's happy with the meals, but now having had that experience with the train, now realizes why Candace went as far as she did.
Yeah.
Because to everyone else, to eat like that would be a blessing. And she gets why that lady went so far as to do what she did.
Salem. Just
Like, how the hell did you
yeah.
get that? Hold on.
Yeah,
Payday, you're getting paid?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting paid too.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
Wait.
ridiculous. Maybe think of that meme image. At least you get this. Wait, you guys are getting paid?
How long is the cleanup job?
It's the cleanup takes about 4 months. After that, it's mostly rebuilding.
Okay.
So wait, how much do we get paid?
Gold a day for 3 months.
It would be 5.
5 gold a
okay.
day?
Oh, no, I know. 5 months, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
So you would get 150 gold.
Okay, cool.
Plus, you would have housing, though that would basically just be tents, and 2 meals a day.
Not the first time.
I'm just thinking about Salem just looking Candace in the eye and saying, "Yeah, your boyfriend has been fucking a tree."
Curvy piece of driftwood.
Fucking split on his dick.
Oh yeah, Astro, look at what I did to Pice. There you go.
Oh,
I
Lord.
don't know if it's canon. That's up to William to decide.
Oh.
Why that? Wait, the conglomerate.
That would be where Nigel's from.
The conglomerate
South
is
Pass.
the conglomerate is actually the name of this setting's United Nations, so that might not be the best for.
Oh damn it! I'm gonna have to work on that. Okay, I'll rename it. Don't worry. It's supposed to be a United States of America joke. America.
America.
It's supposed to be America, William. It's Texas.
Nice. And so
I don't know if any of this is canon.
Oh,
You're from
and
The
Portugal.
Confederacy.
And the most
Yes.
important thing of all, of course, though, while she was there, she would look for people to train her in fighter, to be more of a fighter, since she's a barbarian, and she wanted to kind of more accurately hit, other than just meager rage.
Yeah, there is basically like a couple battalions of soldiers there, so you would be able to get some training from them. Would you want to do any training for like a feat, or
I just kind of use it as flavor text as to how she multi-classed.
right? I'm just wondering, like, do you want to use this time to get a feat, or do you just want to use it as like the flavor text?
As flavor text.
Okay. Yeah. So go ahead and let's see. You would add 100. Go ahead and add 120 gold to your inventory.
Okay.
There we go. The Confederation. I'm from the Confederation. I'm gonna get in trouble for that. That joke is not
very
allowed
much.
on Twitter.
Oh, they don't like Confederacy jokes?
Can't even make jokes about it. No.
Uh,
Well, you could buy a check mark.
Well, the
You'll
problem
be
is
fine.
Nigel has a Texas accent,
You could buy a check mark. You'll be fine.
and it's called the Confederation, Confederate United States. Oh, so you're pro-slavery? It has nothing to do with that. That's not the joke. Pretty sure
But,
slavery
yeah.
is illegal in all of Pice.
Which is funny. You'd think she'd send that money back to her family, but no, she's learned to be a little bit more selfish with it. She's gonna keep that 120 with her for now. Yeah, the train spoiled her a little bit, where she's gonna be more willing from this point on to spend a little bit more on herself.
It helps that Mother Dearest herself said, you know you've helped enough, you could stop, right?
Yeah, but she still would feel the obligation. But the train experience, again, the route of Candace of, yeah, I see why you would go to such lengths to obtain luxury.
I will always giggle at the fact that Elon Musk got the fucking $8 Twitter like verification thing and destroyed like a decade and a half's work worth to try and get brands to trust Twitter. And it just... Did you see that there was a guy who got a verification tweet and tweeted out something? I don't remember what it was, but it caused like the organization that they were impersonating to lose like 10% stock price, costing
Yeah.
them
I saw
billions.
something about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They said something like they were closing shop or something. I forgot the fuck they said.
I'm pretty sure they said like offensive things to make the.
It reminds me of a comedian who would make fake Facebook pages and respond to angry post messages and shit.
Yeah, I saw that. It was let's see, apparently it was like Lockheed and Martin. Let's see. Oh yes, it was. They tweeted out, "We are excited to announce insulin is now free."
Oh yeah, the thing.
And
Yeah.
and they lost 10% of their stock price because of that.
You know what? Good, because that's Lockheed Martin has been fucking gouging people that need that shit to live for decades.
Oh yeah, that shit
Yep.
was. It takes what, less than $1 to make a dose.
And they
And
charge
selling
like
it for
$70.
thousands.
Yeah, $70 a pop, I think it is. So that's
Jesus.
7,000% profit.
I'm lucky enough to be on insurance that pays for it because I take insulin.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Oh, William, my favorite I think was the you have to have a receipt for returns or something like that from that one guy who posts.
Yes, I saw that. Oh, I love that.
We're
That's
still
great.
closed, by the way.
By the way, when I told you would have gotten 284 gold from your friends
Oh wow!
over
How
the course of the
beautiful
5
them.
months.
How
You would have
beautiful
also
of
actually
them.
gotten a couple of invitations to a couple of events if you had wanted to go.
Yes, fuck yes, she'd go.
It's happening.
Okay.
It feels rude not to. They're her friends now.
It's happening. This is how anyone who
have
gets
friends.
knighted becomes an actual fucking noble.
I have friends outside of my home. It's weird. I like it. And then my age.
Oh, Ryan, man. God damn.
Yeah, like Fortuneland is Purdue, Nigelland is the Confederation.
Anyway, go ahead and let's see. Go ahead and roll a performance check for me, please.
Is it performance?
Performance, yes, please.
Okay.
Central's called the
Yay!
Shooty Shooty Bang Bang Land.
14
No.
instead of a 15.
Yeah. And with that, like, you actually do. You are taken to a party in Saloon. One of your friends does invite you, and you are actually kind of the center of attention there, as like you have the the belt and the great sword. The great sword is immaculately made. It looks like basically someone carved a sword from an icicle, basically. But you are also an adventurer, which you were in the thick of the events of Kefira, which is a very big deal right now. So you are a hot commodity.
Funny enough, she mentioned how the sword was made by the smith, and she kept it because she's proud to admit the smith. She thought he was great. Ironically.
Nalas Oglath.
He's also a stupidly famous smith that when people hear about that are going to be even more impressed by you. Because you just name dropped someone huge.
It's good to be the DM.
Which is hilarious, because to her, it was like, we met this awesome guy. Everyone else, you fucking met him? How the fuck did you meet him? We knocked and he let us in?
We knocked and he just let us in. I don't know what to tell you, man.
No matter how privileged your money makes you, being someone who actually gets up and goes places around the world can get you into far more doors.
You know. But yeah, that's wonderful. I love it. Oh.
Yeah, and with that, I'll say you actually make a couple of more. You would actually make a couple more contacts there.
Love it. Ewa's just trying to be a genuine fucking person, and she's actually making.
That's
all these
probably why they
contacts.
like you. It's like, what the fuck? I've not been manipulated even once by her since we met.
She's trying, because she's making sure not to ask for money, because she would find that rude. And to, like her mom said, make contact with these people, not for money, for friendship. Get to know other people outside this tiny village of ours. Damn, Salem. Damn. Not wrong, but damn. Even better, even better contrast. Candace was being shady about it, and Awen's being genuine.
Somewhere Candace feels a knife in her heart.
Somewhere
Candace
feels a knife in her heart.
Just that dagger twisting a little bit more.
Caps lock, you never fucking helped me once in your life.
Except for when he's trying to wake Orion up. Except he never does have to wake Orion up. I have a feeling at some point Nigel, like, Orion doesn't go out of his tent before Nigel does the one time, and he takes this opportunity to go into his tent and like try to scare the shit out of him. But it turns out he's just like trying to work on his eyes just a little bit more.
Give me a second.
Well, you know, Nigel won't even check or sneak in. He'll literally just get like an M80, light it, unzip the tent, throw it in, zip it back up, and keep walking like nothing happened.
Motherfucker!
He'll never know who did it.
Nigel,
Probably-
get back here!
You probably wouldn't actually know, because like the Pice military has a lot of like fireworks and guns and shit.
Oh my god.
So literally any of the other soldiers could have done it.
Uh...
I will say the casualness of it might suggest Nigel, but
Yeah.
Literally, Ryan just hears zip, turns around, sees a lit fuse, just bundle of firecrackers, and it zips back up. By the time he's already looked up, and Nigel's
no,
just walking.
hang on, Astro, roll a perception check with Orion.
Is it
I
sleight
don't
of hand or
even
stealth
notice it.
from Nigel?
I don't even notice it happens.
Yeah,
until
Orion
fire
is
passes
so
go on.
focused on Orion is so exhausted and so focused on what he's doing that he doesn't even notice until it explodes on his ass.
God, motherfucking piece of shit, fuck jet pass!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Orion, what's wrong?
Fuck you!
I'll get it, Ryan. What's wrong? Why are you cursing me out? What was that explosion?
What was
Did
that
you
big
fuck-
kaboom?
Did
It
you
was
fuck up?
supposed to be a big kaboom.
There's supposed to be a cell-shattering kaboom.
Wait, let's see. Can Nigel contain the laughter? Fuck no. What's the matter? Did you fuck up?
You fuck up.
Fuck you, you fucking piece of shit!
Get out for roll call next time.
Checks the time. Fuck. Like shoves his eye back in the socket.
There we go.
Alrighty then. And yeah. Awen, you would spend basically most of your time at Gafira, but twice you would be invited to a party. One in Saloon, and there would actually be one in Elana, interestingly enough. And while the one in Saloon is just they are aristocracy, which just means that they are very rich.
Which means
the
it's a
one in-
bigger and better party than the nobles.
The one in Elana is actually nobility.
Damn.
Oh, that one would she be more nervous for, but she would still go. Especially since if it's contact / so one of the friends that she made, she wouldn't say no to them.
Ryan pulls Awen aside, says, "Okay, find something that looks valuable but doesn't look like it has any personal value, and steal it. They won't miss it. Trust me."
No.
Sell them an orb and tell them like, oh, this is from like a lich's crypt that we
Master,
found.
you're not here to give advice.
Loretta Kret is there, and she is the most horrible little spoiled shit ever.
But no.
Wait, where are you?
If you see a Kret, kick their ass.
The second one is Elana.
Where's Lana?
It's the capital of the Kresk Empire.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, no, never mind. I was gonna say like, maybe Cole is there, but no, it would
What
no,
again?
not.
If you see any Kretts, kick their ass, unless it's a scary looking necromancer.
How do I know he's a necromancer?
You'll know.
You'll know.
The skull on his cane.
Kresk is a scary place for Cole.
He has the cane from the Ishville music video. That's how you know. Ishville.
The only thing he's missing is the fucking black tattered cloak and bony hands.
Oh, come on. Kret's gonna be a skeleton. He's going to be a skeleton with the ghostly outline of his flesh over it, still wearing his top hat and shit when he's Lich.
That's horrifying.
So do I have to roll performance for this one too, or is she just gonna bumble her way around?
Think like Skyrim Ghost, but with a skeleton inside.
Whatever you're rolling is cool.
I'll say, yeah, go ahead and roll another performance.
Like me. Yeah!
Like me!
Man, Awen is adorable to these people.
It's the Labrador puppy energy. They've never seen it before.
It's like she has a will to live or something like that.
It's like she's got some sort of inner driving force beyond this harsh material existence. Oh.
Oh, aren't you the cutest thing ever?
A soul.
But might have to start changing her name to Albright. Trixie.
Nice.
I'm glad you got it.
Trixie Starbright.
Trixie Star.
Boy.
I love
voice I'd go with.
I can feel my organs turning into liquid. I fucking love that joke. I need to watch that video again now. God damn it.
I don't remember this. It sounds familiar though.
Puffin Forest, the Trixie Starbright, the Pokemon Gangsters video.
Yep.
Remember, she was running for president. She wanted everyone to like her.
I still love the running joke in my other group where one of our players played Steve from Minecraft in a one-shot, and to this day we keep making jokes, or I do at least, and everyone else likes them.
He's canon.
Yeah, he is canon, and if they ever play him again, in every town we go into, 1 in every 10 people will just hear in the distance, "Holy shit, is that Steve Kraft?"
Steve Kraft.
1 in 10 people will have that reaction.
Oh my God.
Holy shit, Steve Kraft!
Holy crap, Steve Kraft!
Yep. He wrote a series of survivalist books that were incredibly popular, and a very long, beautiful poem.
But yeah, so and with Awen, with a 19, you would actually get another couple of contacts, a few other people who find you rather interesting.
This one, I'm gonna have to say it. She dedicates when she gets the free time, at least an hour to write back to all these people. Because she's just that kind of person. Like they wrote to me. Yeah, they're my friends. Well, at least the younger ones. The adults, she writes proper letters to, but still a letter. Still took time to do it.
She's
in her
Mr.
own
Rogers.
handwriting.
Mr. Rogersing.
Spending an hour a day to hand write a letter to each and every person who ever sent him fan mail. Mr. Rogers was too good for that. I sometimes
Still
just
is. He's
pop
still
on
alive.
that. Is he?
I think so. The world didn't get 20% darker, so I'm pretty sure.
We may have lost Betty White.
Nope. Mr. Rogers died in 2003.
Well, that
No.
explains so much.
It'd been funny if he died in 2020.
Well, it wouldn't have been funny, but it would have been fitting.
God.
Well, yeah, okay.
He dies and COVID starts. He was holding back the Dark Ages.
He dies, COVID starts, Russia goes to war, the world just goes to shit.
I still pop on that video sometimes of him in that award show where the kid he had on his show in the wheelchair comes on and Mr. Rogers recognizes him immediately even though it had been 20 years. Oh, I love that video.
He'd been
Anyways.
doing letter correspondence the whole time.
But yeah, at this point, GP's at least set aside and took a time to write back to all these people that she's now made acquaintances with. Because that's just what you do.
Yeah.
And that is a dying dog.
Oh my god.
I could hear her.
People.
Yeah, I know. Friendship and people? Oh my god. Now imagine how much worse it is when she actually dies.
What are these standards of human contact? I've never seen these before.
What is this milk of human kindness?
Milk
I
of
have
human
two
kindness.
friends.
Strong
How dare you have more?
Strong find milk. Drink.
You have at least 6.
Oh no, this is Orion.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know we were friends, Orion.
Sorry.
Casually,
I'm not paying
when she
Fair enough.
during these times when she comes back, she would mention how much they really liked her and shit like that to Nigel and Orion randomly, on a go. It went really well. They really liked me there. I got new friends.
Very good, very good. 20 more laps. We got an 8-hour march regimen. You gotta space
Yes,
yourself. Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Proper formation.
8-hour March regiment.
Knee higher.
Yeah, because Nigel is a fighter, so it makes sense if he told her tips to train, she'd fucking take it.
Yep.
Actually, Nigel and Orion are both fighters, just different styles, so they can both teach you different styles of fighting.
Exactly. So you randomly said, "Okay, 20 laps." Yes, sir.
Nigel's what I call a true battle master, which is I basically built him to have as many options in combat that are non-magical as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Nigel teaches his Awen how to be a battle master. Orion teaches Awen the ways of the rogue and marksmanship.
Aku just walks past. You just hear the words, "Be the rogue. Be the rogue."
But yeah, let's go ahead and cut back to Salem.
Hey, when your
Oh,
footwork
boy.
is terrible.
Just had
Very exciting.
to cut that in.
Right. We're heading over to Stolik.
Okay.
Do we encounter anything on the way?
Let's see. You would encounter you would actually encounter border security. There would be a checkpoint on the road.
IG members have free travel, right? If they're
Depending on it's in general, yes, but some countries might have more restrictions than others. Like Kresg Empire doesn't particularly. like adventurers. They like to take care of their own things in house, or at least try to. So it's a little harder to get into the Empire than most other countries, but yeah.
But leader
and like
lives here anyway.
Sejog is like also very hard to get into because they're very isolationist.
But I'm assuming we get through just fine because our leader he lives here, and I have we have IG badges from Lord Twello and Salem.
If you can dodge a sword, if you can dodge a ball. Yeah, it would take about half an hour, but you would be able to get through.
Can I?
It's
Do they document like the people that cross here?
I mean,
Or just,
yeah,
like-
but they probably wouldn't share that information with you, though. It is a government information. So, but again, that probably could be in public record.
I mean, if I just say like, "Hey, these guys stole something from my organization," and I have proof that, well, I don't have proof, but
They'd probably
Maybe
ask
that's
to
fair.
see the proof.
I thought you said these people stole something from my organization, and I approve of them.
no, well, you see, those things aren't supposed to be openly traded. It's because from circle of Borges, west of the Lave, we are tracking the people who are exporting them willy-nilly. They are a danger, really. They could make war weapons they could never imagine. You could never begin to imagine. If you would help, this process could go even faster, and maybe with the resources we will have at hand, save the Lave from the same fate that has happened in Jafira. And I flashed my IG badge. I was there. The lobster.
I'm honestly say the lobster.
Apparatus, whatever.
The garrison.
Yeah.
Roll a persuasion check.
Demon juice. Amazing. Fuck you. Come on.
They'll tell you. Well, we have had the. They start talking in another language to one another, rather rapidly, actually. As before they turn back to you, the word I believe is a caravan. Yes, we have had several. We have had several in Kamso here, but
Who says they're everywhere?
I'm not trying for French accent. I'm fucking up.
Yeah.
We have had several people.
We have had several
No.
people.
No.
Galim.
I'm going Uncle Roger. Uncle Roger, emotional damage.
That's not the same person.
I know.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, wait a minute.
The cause of it we never knew.
Yes. Well, we have had several people. Had several of these caravans come through here. The one you're talking about did come through. quite a while back. Start talking again in a language. What languages do you know?
Mamma Common and Sylvan.
Anymore.
You would not recognize the language, as both of them are actually, both of them are actually Genasi.
Looks at leader.
Oh, do they
you
start
understand?
speaking like the twins from original Yu-Gi-Oh?
What?
With like Kazijin and all that. The Labyrinth twins. Get Guardian! I'm
Don't
sorry.
know. They're actually speaking in Primordial, as that seems to be the actually seems to be the main language of Disney.
Yeah, looks at leader. Like, do you understand any of that?
What kind of a question is that, Salem? Of course I'd understand what they're saying. I've lived in this country for 5 years. It would be quite rude of me not to learn the language. Honestly, man, what do you think?
You are quite. What is the word? I keep forgetting words. You are quite diligent and all that. But what are they saying?
That whole sentence.
Yes, Asian is primordial. I'm Asian. I can say that.
I don't fucking know.
No, you fool. When he was speaking like this
It's all
about the caravan.
It's all just in tag along.
That's not even Asian.
Hello there, my friend.
There you go. That
Here
I
is
just
how
can't
you-
do it right now.
Here is how you raise your disappointment. You give them simple and easy to follow instructions, but you contradict yourself.
Hold the light closer.
It's a
I
different
fucking-
Asian.
I know.
Yeah. I
Uncle
forgot his name.
Roger. Hiya. Give me a second. But he would tell you that that apparently the two of them aren't particularly, well, Salem, apparently the two of them are not particularly proficient in common, and they're trying to talk about which words to use.
Do they understand Sylvan?
I don't know.
I start speaking in Sylvan, like, do you understand this stuff?
One of them will say. One of them will comment in a rather heavy accent. A little bit. I'm not very good with this language, but better than with common.
Then I think our leader should just translate it. I repeat what I said to the leader to get it translated. Like about I was there in the apparatus and like it would help us if you help, with finding this fucking war weapon so that Olave doesn't get invaded like Jafira did.
Let's see. Awen.
It is the hottest, sweatiest day of training. As you do this in full plate, Gambison and all.
But yeah, the captain would, leader would, like converse with the two of them. Well, Salem, it appears that there has been like they said, there was the caravans did come through here.
Yes.
Apparently, they don't just head to Starlock, though.
They didn't just. Where'd they go?
Well, apparently, it also goes a little further west in the country.
Like, seeing as the only landmark west of the country is like the tower. Um, by any chance, did they go anywhere near the tower, the lighthouse?
That is a lighthouse.
Yeah,
But he would tell you, no. Apparently, it is. They went to a place called a mall.
they went to a mall. Where is it?
It is actually at the base of the mountains,
Now,
right over here.
do they know what kind of place that is? Is that a village?
He has another conversation with them. Apparently, it is. Oh, interesting. It is where another one of the. It is where another dojo is located.
Oh, how they would go there? Yes, and wait, was it both caravans or like just one of them?
It was just the Mad Orb.
I freaky goddamn it, you're right.
What?
Yeah, probably beholder, but you know. Well, say thank you to them. And did they see a well-dressed gnome in that, in that caravan?
He will speak with the two of them for a little bit. The two gate guards seem to have, or the two checkpoint guards seem to have a bit of a disagreement about certain things. And the captain or leader will tell you, well, apparently they're disagreeing on what they saw. One of them said that they saw a very well dressed Earth ASMR, or Earth Genasi rather.
Oh,
The other Earth Genasi, yes, yeah. The other one said he saw a very well dressed Kenku.
that's okay. I've heard of this guy's self and changelings, but I don't think they could change their height. Can I figure out what kind of creatures or like what kind of magic will that do? Well, you have to cast to make that happen. I mean, alter self, but I don't see why. Yeah, maybe alter self. Can I make a check or something? To see my option.
Yeah, go ahead. I roll a
Yeah.
Arcana or yeah. With a 14, yeah, changelings can, in general, change their height. They can't change their size category, but they disguise self can add another can either add or take away about 2 feet from you.
Well, okay. Well, it seems this dressed person is very important. Well, all right. Thank you. Say thank you to both of them for me.
You will
And,
nod and say thank you, and you'll be waved through. So yeah, it's either a changeling or someone using some sort of illusion magic.
Yep. I'm gonna go. We going to the guy, the place.
Okay. Uh. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Are you owing at the statement of Awen or my circumstances?
As you start to
Ah,
approach
fuck you.
Stalik, you get a couple days away from Stalik when a monsoon happens.
Oh.
Damn.
It
That's-
starts to pour rain.
The good news
Like,
is, you all weigh thousands of
Well-
pounds, so the wind's not going to be an issue. The bad news
Yeah.
is, the mud is going to be a huge issue.
And your horses might drown,
Damn.
as it is like a foot an hour at this point.
Jesus. Can I? Fuck. Can I? Like high ground? No. This is in the middle of the fucking place. Shit. How do you survive monsoon?
Get to
Yeah.
high ground, but also cover.
Yeah, but the horses.
Get to high ground, but also cover with the horses. So basically start moving into the hills or mountains and find a rock face. Sadly,
Yeah. Can I?
if you can.
But like we're in the middle of the place here, like the
Yeah,
continent.
and the
I don't know. Like, there are hills.
plains.
No,
It's
jungle.
it is a mixture between like jungle and like bamboo forest and mountains. This is China basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're going to want to get to as high ground as you possibly can, basically. Which is going to be hard in the jungle.
Well, my spider can survive it, but you know, if he dies, it's not really a living thing.
The problem is
'Cause I
like
can fly.
finding high ground, because look to your left, look to your right, trees.
Amazing.
What's beyond the trees? Trees. Is there an incline? Trees.
Roll a perception check. I'll roll one for the other other two as well.
Amazing.
Let's see. Interestingly enough, the leader has rolled a 9, but he actually has expertise in perception. So
He does?
yeah.
That's crazy.
And he's a monk, so he's already got a pretty high. So that would actually be an 18.
Nice. He is the leader after.
Oh no, comical. You okay?
Comical.
Comical?
Comical.
I saw your name light up,
What?
so you're
What
trying to say
happened?
something. Oh, you're not
I-
in game anymore, so you're.
Oh, there's a red box.
Okay. There you are.
Oh, it's gone.
I was
Okay,
afraid your internet
I
was
was just
dying.
out of roll 20. Of the roll 20 tab. I don't know. Okay then.
Yeah, sometimes it does if you're out for a long time.
But yeah, the leader would find a couple of find that there is a mountain nearby.
Oh hell yeah! So are we gonna survive?
I mean, you don't need to breathe.
Maybe-
You're fine.
Well, the horses.
Let's see. Have Can you please have Timothy roll an acrobatics or athletics check for me, please?
Okie dokie.
I'll say with advantage because he's a spider, so he has spider climb.
Alright, that's nice. Awesome.
Not bad at all. The
Can I maybe,
pack
like...
uh,
Oh, never mind.
leader's horse would be fine, struggling significantly, but fine. Unfortunately, though, Warden Tuolo's would after about trying like 10 minutes would be swept away by the water.
Damn,
And
that's crazy. You just bought that horse.
Salem, no offense, I'm right now I'm a bit more worried about getting swept away myself.
Oh, yeah. Well, good thing we're created the way we are. Don't need to worry about that. But let's see if we can get on Timothy without him suffering. He is a large creature with 14 strength.
Yeah, he's
That's-
barely able to hold on to you. He's not going to be able to hold on to Tuolo as well.
Actually, how much do you weigh?
With my items, I have a bag of holding, so that's
Yeah, but you...
armor. Yeah, armor.
a Warforged.
I have 346 pounds. With my armor,
Oh, that's
a
right.
lot.
You got, like, wood and stuff in your components, that's right.
Yeah, I'm like 400 pounds.
It's still a lot. Yeah, at least you're not like Sprocket.
Yeah, no.
Solid
Oh, maybe
metal,
druids,
2,700 pounds.
But yeah, you're all able to kind of like, hang on, let me check out Tuola.
Yeah, at least Sprocket can do the murder stomp.
Sprocket has the 10-ton boots from Dead Space. I kept wanting to say Dark Souls for some reason.
The giant
I noticed that.
curb stomp of death from Gears of War.
Oh, Jesus.
But yeah, you're all able to get higher up towards the mountain. Wow, they actually rolled very well on Warden Tuolo got a nat 20 and Leader got a 19. So yeah, they'd actually be able to find a rather... It's not really a cave, it's more like an indentation in the mountain.
Okay.
But it is enough to wait out the storm.
So what do you think will be there? I mean, wait, what did the guard say? The place was? What was it? Like a town or something? Like a village?
Yeah, it's a town built around a let's see. It's a town built around one of the monk temples.
Oh, dojo. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
dojos.
Right. I forgot. I'm sorry. So, as soon as we see a bunch of psychic warforged in that dojo, that is most definite proof, isn't it? We would have, and then maybe we can take out their leader and make them answer for what they have. Say, leader, have you heard of this dojo before?
Well, I had heard a few things about it, yes, but I wasn't sure where it actually was. It is the Shadow Dojo.
wonder why it's called that.
Someone appears behind you. You'll figure it out.
No,
Disappears.
it's the unforeseen. What I mean, who's there?
Entirely
it's not
possible.
He's not seen. No one's there. Oh my god. William, can the unforeseen be there? No.
Anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, we wait out the storm and carry on.
All right. The storm actually lasts about 3 days.
Gamer move. Oh my fucking god, bro.
Yep.
Monsoons, man.
Well, it's a full-on hurricane,
Yeah,
given how deep inland it went, but yeah. Just as bad, same difference.
But yeah, so after that, it is much slower going because of like the sheer amount of rain caused like mud and floods and things like that. Caused like trees to be to fall down, the paths to crumble, that sort of thing.
I love
But it'll make a man out of you.
well, didn't do well for my manhood.
Got washed away by the rain.
You're a warforged. You don't have a manhood. Anyways.
He's got a detachable manhood. It fell out of his bag.
And as you get to Stolik, you find the place. This place was built on a lake, and that lake is flooded. Which, thankfully, most of the houses were built about 10 feet above the water, so it's not too bad. A few of them have been ruined, but they've dealt with this before, so they've got they've built their houses in accordance.
I'm gonna go to maybe like the tavern for a bit, let the mounts rest up, for like a few hours. I'll ask around about say, bartender, do you know anything about that dojo in Mali over to the southwest? It's called the Shadow Dojo.
This person is interestingly enough another dragonborn.
The fucking scalies.
This one
There was a lot
is
of
this one is a copper dragonborn.
Oh my god, he's not the basic chromatic voice. Finally.
I'm sitting here wondering, why isn't Disney the South Pole? Then it occurred to me, this is the known world.
And he will start talking to you in somewhat broken common. Hello, stranger. We Shadow make spies.
Or Disney? Or who?
Usually, yes, Disney employed. Some people just learn freelance or employed by others.
Okay.
I hear shadow travel fun. Hop from tree to tree.
very good for monsoon. But at this point, like, I look over to where Tuolo and maybe like ask him about the nice man in a suit in that caravan. And ask him about what is it called? Fucking what the orb, the caravan.
Caravan?
Mad orb, yeah. And if he
Uh,
knows anyone in a suit in that caravan.
yeah. He will, you will ask him about it, and he will tell you that, yeah, there was a person in a very nice suit. They were a tiefling.
How long?
He'll ask. Apparently, the last time they were here was a couple of weeks ago. As you'll actually hear someone in the back just ask, "Oh, you're asking about us."
Looks over.
What is it this time?
No, freaky.
Wait.
But
Or
yeah, you'll see a human there.
is he wearing a nice suit?
Come on.
He's wearing a very sturdy outfit, sturdy-looking outfit.
What do you mean us?
Oh, I heard you say Mad Orb. I'm with the Mad Orb. We just got back into town. That storm threw us pretty off, off course.
I'm guessing like they'll come closer. Ah, yes. I took down one of our horses. To say, where are you going?
Oh,
Where
we're
are you
heading
going?
back. Oh, we're heading back north, back to Kresk Empire. We're on the circuit, you know?
Insight check?
Go ahead. Yeah, he seems to be telling the truth.
Or are you traveling with perhaps a shape changer, a tiefling, any race really with a nice suit?
Not anymore.
Where did he go?
Oh, we left him anymore.
Left him where?
Anymore.
Why were they in your caravan?
They just needed to travel, you know. Well, safety in numbers and that sort of thing. We get that sort of people all the time.
Was he carrying anything? Anything particular? Like this? He pulls up lightsaber crystal.
Dunno.
So I check. Fine.
Yeah, he seems to be telling the truth.
Were you carrying?
What?
Were you carrying any one of these?
No?
Okay. Well,
Yeah, Bloke was, he was rather nice, but liked his privacy. Had his own wagon.
did he come from Fear by any chance?
Dunno.
Where'd you
We,
pick him up?
Investor.
Through
Invinsor.
from the Pacific caravan.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he said. He said he was waiting there for a couple of days.
Right. Well, I see this more clearly. Thank you for your information. And leader and word Twillo heard all of that, right? I'm assuming.
Yep.
They were there. Okay. Well. The crystals are already probably shipped to Amali, but we need to find out who this person is. Why he's so tricky. Wait, he like turns back and like, say, did he change shapes? Did they change shapes a lot? The bartender says he was a tiefling, but the troll said he was a kenku or no. Or was it? I forgot.
I never saw him as a kenku, or as a gnome rather, but yeah, every time we got somewhere, he changed.
Did
Like
he ever
we
tell
from Vinzor, he was a Genasi. Then we got to the border, he turned to a kenku. Then we went to then when we got to Stalik, he changed to a tiefling. It was weird.
It was. Should have changed the suit though. Well, thank you again. And we continue our journey to Amali.
Okay.
Oh man, I hope there are children there so I can kill all of them like Anakin Skywalker. I'm sorry.
Anakin was dead at that point. There was only Vader.
I am not your mistake, Obi-Wan.
Which
killed
gives
Anakin Skywalker.
Which gives him a convenient out for the war crimes he committed. It wasn't Anakin Skywalker, it was Darth Vader. What do you mean? I'm not Darth Vader.
Comes back to civilization as Anakin Skywalker, expecting everyone to fucking forget.
Alrighty then. And the two of you head off to Imal. Along the road, you actually come across.
Wait, can I ask for the name of the guy from the caravan conversation?
Let's see. Yeah, you can.
Was the name consistent?
Actually, no. You would have been told that every time he changed his shape, he changed his name.
Shit. Alright, never mind. Continue on.
You would be told that the last time he was, that he had actually, that he had actually turned into a lizard folk.
What was the name for the lizard folk?
Let's see. Truck.
Okay. Yeah, continue.
On your way across the road, you actually come across a building. It's rather high up on mountains, like it's across the road from like a rather steep drop. So, and it seems seems to have been rather unaffected by the
monsoon.
It seems to have been rather unaffected by the storm. You see, it has like a rather high fence that is like, and there is like steam billowing from behind. And on the front porch, sitting in a in a rocking chair, is what looks like a half man, half bear creature.
Okay, it's not Bairn.
God damn you! I will kill him on the spot. Might be as suspicious. I do hate old people. He will. Sam will like give a wave and like say, "Hello," in common.
We'll give a wave as well. Hello.
Like come closer a bit. Have you seen-
And you just hear the creaking of like the wood on wood as he's just rocking back and forth.
Have you seen the Mad Orb come here? Do you know any? I'm looking for someone. Do you know anything about Imal and why they're? Yeah. Do you know anything about Imal over here? Over to the west. I'm looking for someone.
I get a few of their students come around here, get want to relax and that sort of thing.
Do they always change their form?
No, usually most people can't change. I guess I can, but that's not really usual.
Oh, I'm not judging.
But yeah, most people can't really change how they look.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I own this place. Welcome.
What's your name? I mean, this is so far from civilization. What's your story? Well, not so far, but you know, this is pretty far.
It's a couple of days from the city, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
How do you
well.
sustain yourself in this place?
Oh, well, with my business here. As he like points at like a thumb at the building behind him. I run this hot spring.
Yeah, it makes sense. Pretty popular trade route, I assume in Disney. But sadly, we are a group of warforged and can't really enjoy that luxury. So, if you don't mind, I will see you later.
Have a good day. I also, it's running in as well. If you need to rest. My name's Sabub.
So, Bob.
Roll a history check, please.
Oh no, okay. 9.
Weird name.
Yeah. Does the leader look, particularly, does he look like he knows that name is familiar?
Actually, the leader would actually know this person. He does live near Stalik, and he does actually, like, he would actually probably come here every now and then with a few of his own
Students.
Yeah, students. Hello, Sabab. That was not the accent that leader had. Hello, Sabab. Good to see you again. And yeah, the two of them will devolve into a bit of a conversation.
Leader, maybe we should, I'm not trying to be rude, but
Oh, yes, no, business. You're right. It is unprofessional. I'll just head out.
we will
Sabab?
be going back though, Sabab.
Sabab just gives you a nod and takes like a swig from a teacup that looks much too small for him.
He's probably a wanted criminal.
What, Sabab?
Yeah.
Why?
That's
why is
he's running. He's running from the government. That's why he's living here. And he's like trying to tighten relations with the dojo masters so that they can protect them from the law.
Is this? Do I need to give you a handout for this guy? Just so.
Yeah, so I can fucking stare at it through our session.
Time for another slideshow.
Have you made another?
When I came near Sabab, does my Eldritch sight see anything?
Oh Jesus!
Uh,
Not another Darren. Got Darren 2 Electric Boogaloo.
he would actually
Oh,
have a slight amount of transmutation on him, like basically all over.
what a piece of guy I'm looking. No. Alright. Nah, it's probably just a shape change thing. It's fine. And the person I'm looking for has a suit. Yeah, I'm gonna
Yep. And as you guys head out, the leader will actually tell you about him. Apparently, Sabub is actually an orc. Sabub is an orcish name. And apparently, he's a werebear.
Oh, an orc can just me?
Yes, he doesn't really want to talk about. He's never really wanted to talk about how he got here, but considering the fact that he's both an orc and a werebear, see, you can get certain assumptions for various things. Probably also explains why he lives so far away. Also, the fact that there's also the fact that the hot spring is here, so couldn't really go anywhere else and set up a hot spring. I mean, I guess he could. He would just have to find another hot spring. I wonder how many hot springs are in Disney. Probably quite a few. It's a very large part of the culture. Apparently you're actually supposed to bathe before you get in the water?
That doesn't make sense.
Yes, apparently the hot water is for relaxing, so people don't want to be stewing in water that's filthy.
Yes, I never got.
Although I have heard people also taking mud baths, which doesn't make much more sense. Why would they not want water to be filthy if they bathe in mud?
I never understood the point of hotter water anyway. The moment they touch fire, it hurts for them. But as far as I know, hot water and fire has a pretty, dangerous. It can be pretty, can be in a pretty dangerous temperature. So I don't know why they're willingly coming there. I don't know.
Yes. Apparently, it's actually also possible to go in for long enough that they pass out. I've heard some people actually have died going to a hot spring.
Oh, why would they do that? Why would Sabub open it then? Is he trying to kill people?
Apparently, it's rather rare, usually only if people either stay in a very long time or go alone. But I'm not sure.
Sabub, has that happened in Sabub's hot spring?
I don't know, actually.
Peculiar.
Say what?
Interesting. Okay. He is a wanted criminal. Kills people by his hot tub.
Yes, he's
like
the old one from Hansel and Gretel.
Darren.
He's a werebear. He needs sustenance, so like he cooks certain like travelers that are not pork, and like he eats them. It's like
Good lord.
he puts the water at certain temperatures until like it's not his fault, it's their fault for staying there long. Something like that. He kills people.
Uh,
I wish I'd gotten
good
that
lord.
so I could find the bodies. Does he have buried bodies in his backyard?
I mean, you're leaving, so you're not really checking.
Later.
Leader, distracted.
I like the weird insanity of like you meet a nice person and you instantly assume the worst.
When Ghost DMs that campaign, the only person who's nice to us is gonna be the one with the bodies in the backyard.
No, you can't make that assumption. No, don't do
And
that.
little does Ghost know, we will help him murder more people and hide the bodies because he was the only person who was nice to us.
Oh, good lord. I like how Ghost started freaking out immediately because he knew his plan.
No, don't do that, guys. Guys, please don't do that.
What, you don't want us to assume that your characters are like sociopathic murderers? Oh, I wonder how that would feel.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just doing reverse psychology.
Alright, this guy's an asshole. We know he's clean.
But let's see. But yeah, so yeah, you guys continue on towards Inmal. And doing so, you come to the town where you see a little higher up, seemingly built into another mountain, is the temple.
Is there anyone guarding the entrance?
Excuse me.
It's getting late. I'm pretty sure.
A little bit, yeah. Do you guys want to end here for the night?
I mean, I can keep
Yeah, I
going.
think.
Go to dinner in 10 minutes anyway.
Yeah, this is I feel like this is gonna be a longer, part of the thing. How long has it been, by the way, like this throughout, like Salem's travel?
We're at the 4-hour mark.
Let's
No.
see. From getting to Vector to Stalek to Emhal, Let me check.
Like 4 months.
If you took 4 months, then like Fortune and them would be back already because you took 3 months to learn the feats.
Oh no, I mean in total with the feet.
Yeah, it would be about 4 months at this point. Yeah.
I do not know why, but I feel like I have a very important reason to talk to Salem. Like he needs to tell me something that he did.
Oh, I haven't done it yet.
No. I feel like he has been gambling again.
Okay.
I need to check his
I was.
wallet.
No, don't do that, man. I might have whisper rolled William a couple times on the trip.
I may have to ask Awen about his spending reports.
Ewan's a homie. She would lie to me for me. Right, Ewan, what payday are you live?
I will make sure to give a short speech about how she is so trustworthy and such a good person who looks out for the greater good, as I asked.
Manipulative piece of shit.
With my diplomat feat, that gives me advantage on persuasion, which is my highest stat.
Oh, good lord.
Yes, very good.
Okay. You guys wanna like hear the concept of the one shot? I haven't I don't think I have written anything about it. I've just thought about it. Oh god, I'm burping.
I can't believe he's dead.
No, I wish.
No.
But it's about, so you guys are like very well known adventurers coming from differing cities, and you are invited to this like isolationist utopia, sort of like the envy of all countries. And it's odd that they're having a more open policy on outsiders, and especially to adventurers. So basically, they've been keeping a close eye on the world, and an artifact of theirs has gone missing, which is called the Moral Compass, which is used to what's it called, elect who their leader would be. It's like the Fantastic Beast, the last episode, basically like.
No idea what that is, but I assume it's some sort of divination device that tells who would be the best leader for the nation.
Yeah, but the category is like the purest of heart, basically. And it's gone missing, and you guys need to discover where it is. It's not really fleshed out yet, but
So
that's
it's a fiercely isolationist, like utopia country that has like
imagine
a complete overlord with all the power, but that overlord is selected using a magical divination device that picks the person who would use the power the most responsibly and beneficially for that nation.
me puerta. Now, the purest of heart doesn't, usually result into, there's certain gray areas.
Why are we in Philagathos?
It's Guyana.
Oh, Philagathos, Guyana, and Dis are all incredibly similar.
I gotta go.
I tricked
Good night,
I tricked the other Archon group into coming here.
Well, wait a minute, this isn't Guyana. It's not a 45-degree angle. Actually, it might be. Those rock formations are affected accordingly.
No, freaky. It's not. Gravity isn't in a 45-degree angle for the realm. It's at a 45-degree angle for the person. So it's subjective.
Oh, then those rock formations make no sense.
Each person feels 45-degree angle, like no matter which way they turn. Like even if you're flying, it's
Not just
it
feels, is affected as
Yeah,
is affected as if.
Yeah.
Alright, gamers.
Which
One
means
of them tried to fly, and because of like the 45-degree angle thing, they just started doing a tailspin.
levitate is probably incredibly valuable there.
It was bad for them. They just like in a centrifuge, they just started spinning.
I mean, that's not exactly how fly would work, but fair enough.
Because like the 45-degree angle like fucked them up, so they tried to like compensate for that. But every time they changed how they were, like they started.
Oh, they were like
they
chasing.
changed.
Yeah. They were a dog chasing their tail kind of deal.
Basically.
Yeah. That'd be infuriating. And that's the point.
Oh, it sucked there. They were miserable.
But not children is why the hags.
Cannot be trusted.
Yes.
They got tricked together by hags.
Ah,
Because the hags told them they could get them into Dorlos' garrison.
hags. Oh yes, dearie, I can get you into that pesky little lobster.
And in exchange, they gave the hags a book of vile deeds.
Excusez-moi?
That is not a joke. They found the book of vile deeds and gave it to the hags.
Wow.
Because
That's
they
bad.
said... Yeah. Luckily, they had instant summons on the book, so they got it back like almost immediately.
The problem is, now not only are they in Guyana, they are in Guyana and have slighted a bunch of hags.
No,
that
they
know their
got
names.
out. They got out of Guyana.
Still, they have slighted a bunch of hags that know their names and faces.
Oh yeah, twice actually, because they had actually killed these hags, which sent them back to the Feywild, and then the reason they were sent to Guyana in the first place was because they pissed off the hags.
Were they summoned hags?
Uh,
Hags usually die when they're killed.
don't extraplanars just go back to their plane of
That's
origin?
only if they're summoned, and it also depends on the extraplanars. Because some of them, like elementals, just break down to the like primordial essence and seep through the firmament back into the primordial chaos, which feeds them back into their plane, but not as themselves, but as a new elemental force.
Yeah, because I was going, what would an afterlife for a hag be? Which be right back to the Feywild or Shadowfell.
They would be processed like any other creature.
Yeah.
In the case of hags, given their particularly evil nature, it's probably where night hags come from. Like particularly powerful hags that die and just become fiends.
They were sea hags.
Yeah, so sea hags, if they were summoned there, they would probably be sent back to either the Feywild or the Plane of Water, or even one of the lower planes. It depends on where they came from. That's if they're summoned.
They had pissed off these hags before, and they were trying to get into the garrison, and the hags tricked them, being like, "Hey, go to this place, grab a book for us." They didn't tell them what the book was.
Yeah,
they found out on their own.
Oh, the party would have realized immediately. When
it nearly blinded one of the Met group when they opened the book.
So when it comes to extraplanars, if it's summoned, it usually returns because it's like a projection. If it crossed over with like plane shift or a gate or something like that, or was born on the plane, it fucking like McDies. So currently Balseer in Dragons, if she dies, because Last brought her over with plane shift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because like, what if like the your boy the Joe Bach
Yeah.
went to Arcadia
Yeah.
for his afterlife.
Yeah.
What if he was physically in Arcadia and then died in Arcadia? Would there just be two of him? Just one of them's a corpse?
Possibly. So I assume
he's
the only reason
just staring at his own body.
I assume the only reason he's not like a loose partitioner or some sort of celestial is because of his service to the gods. So it's like Goku getting to keep his body kind of deal. Or maybe he was a loose partitioner and that's why he, took that form. Either way, it's Dwarven Afterlife. It works like that. It's most likely because he was sent to Arcadia the first time and living in Arcadia. If he dies, he just basically goes through the fugue
Oh
plane.
no! I meant if he was alive in Arcadia.
Yeah,
when he was alive, and he died in Arcadia.
Oh,
would there just be two of him?
Yes, assuming no one moved the body in between the time of when he died and when his soul got back there. Because he would have to basically be sorted again. Granted, it probably wouldn't take long because, souls that are dedicated to a force that has an afterlife, when they die and go to the line, to the Crystal Spire on the fugue plane, an agent from their god will come to pick them up, usually. And something like that could happen with Balseer as well. Like, if Balseer were to die, Last can actually go to the fugue plane and pick her up because he is technically her god and commands her well, not her god, but he's her patron and commands her afterlife. And the fact that he has plane shift means he could do that. He would have to reprocess her though.
I really like the idea of like the No Way Home thing, where it's like he dies and like the body falls, but like he's still just standing there, just in soul form, and it's like, oh, this is awkward.
I mean, it depends on the nature of the plane, I guess. Maybe with a direct intervention from whoever's in charge of his afterlife, that would happen, where it's just like, nope, stay. Because that might piss off Trigal. I always assume that the reason the soul has to be put through again is because Trigal will throw a bitch fit. Because then that would have been an off-the-books death. If it just, happened that fast. But yeah, it's basically, if that happens, he would have to go through sorting again, but the sorting would be basically, okay, you're here, the document's already signed, go.
Yeah.
It's like going to the DMV and waiting 3 hours in line just to be told, okay, your documents are good, here you go. And send you away after like 12 minutes.
That's one of my favorite early I have a lot of favorite Family Guy. But when Peter talking about his ancestors, like Nate Griffin, like the former slave, and he's like, as revenge against the white man, he made the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Diabolical.
It's such a subtle joke, but goddamn, is it a good one?
It is good. And they have the whole scene.
Sir, you need the 1095. Go stand back in the blue line. I was in the blue line. For like 30 minutes, sir. Sir, that is not my prerogative. I stood there. They told me I got here. I got told to stand in the red line. Then they told me to stand in the blue line. And like, you're just telling me that I have this form, sir. This is the 1090E. You need the 1090C. Oh, it was so good. And it's like, you know what? No, I'm going on break. It's so good.
The DMV. I wonder if Fortune's done well enough to just get snagged up. Oh god, wait, never mind. There's like 4 things that'll probably snatch her if she dies.
Smolder wants more fun. More conversation.
Let's see, and there's... Jergal might literally just... A skeleton comes up, hands her a note. Just immediately. Just please step to the side of the line and walk to the tower. just
Alright, well, have a good night.
Good night.
I actually had another idea for another one shot, which was you're trapped in a village. You are surrounded by undead, like what is essentially an infinite army of like undead and zombie skeletons and things like that. There are basically it's basically COD zombies in D&D. Like, and every 5 rounds there is 10 minutes between each round, and every 5 rounds there is a boss, and every 10 rounds you get a short rest.
Quick, no one play long rest classes. Okay, so not bringing Slicin. Slicin.
I'd
What if
probably
I told you this was not the first time this has happened to me?
I might have like because someone might want to play like a wizard or something. I might have like a thing where it's like, oh yeah, some of the enemies drop like something that gives you a spell slot or 2 back.
Mana
or
potions.
Like yes, literally. Like you get like up to like 3 spell slots worth.
Those
like, or 3 spell levels worth.
Those used to exist back in the day. I would recommend using spell points for that one shot instead of spell slots, which is basically you just add up your total spell slot levels, and that's your spell points. So the mana potions are actually, useful in the second half of the fight.
Interesting. Yeah, I've heard of spell points.
It's an optional rule, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that does sound rather interesting. I might have to do that.
Yeah,
we're gonna need to finish the cleaning job.
Yeah, we still haven't finished that.
I will admit I do kind of regret making it somewhat competitive. Like I
always assume the actual competition was a bit. I just spent that whole thing pretending to be trying super hard to make Ghost drive himself crazy.
Yeah, I'll probably remove like that little bit of it, but I'll let Ghost have his fun.
Let's see.
I'm so happy you guys put the ring on. Klutzy the Clown.
Which ring? What was that again?
The clown ring. The ring of mind shielding.
Oh, with the clown in it. That's right.
Yeah. I love that. Was so fucking funny.
I remember I was in a game. It was a good game. Where I was playing Stranger, my rogue.
Yeah.
And we needed him to go in disguise. But he can't
dress up as a clown.
Yeah, he did. He dressed up as a clown because he said like, "Oh, I need you to go get me a disguise." And he sent the others off to get it, and they come back with a fucking clown design. And without hesitation, he puts it on. And Stranger, who spent the entire campaign saying, "Hello, you may call me Stranger. It is fine. We will find a way." Like that. Just, he puts on the costume. He just stands in front of everyone. "Whoa, my name is Flambeau, and it's so good to meet all of you."
Lord.
And everyone at the table started dying, and I did that voice for the rest of the 2 sessions I was there. And then scheduling conflict happened, and I had to leave the game, and I was so sad because that was a fun game.
Wasn't that the? Didn't you actually kind of hate that one? Because
No, this was
like,
the good one.
No, because like I remember you saying like you were playing your rogue and you were so bored because you had actually rolled really well.
Oh no, I wasn't bored because I rolled well. It made me realize how pigeonholed Rogue is. I was mad at Rogue, not the campaign itself was fantastic. Like the role play in the moments, it made me realize how just fucking bland like base Rogue is after you play it once. Because the gear is just so pigeonholed. Like it's viciously pigeonholed. Because, you know, you have quote-unquote different weapons, and it's like, oh yeah, you have like 8 different weapons. No, you have 4 different weapons. Some of them just, like, have different names, but do nothing different and are nothing different. You will all make a dex build rogue. It will always be dex. You don't need strength. You will wear studded leather armor. You will either throw daggers or darts, or use a short bow. You will not do anything else, or you will not win. At first, you will think it's gonna be so fun and cool to sneak around and do the stabbing with the knife, but you see, that's gonna fall out of fashion really fast if things get difficult in combat. And you think, oh, I'm gonna do all the scouting for the party and be so useful, until you realize that requires you to one-on-one with the DM for 30 minutes to an hour to scout properly, or you do this weird thing where you scout the first room of the dungeon, say, well, that's good enough, and everyone walks in, and you effectively did nothing.
Well, have a good night, Freaky.
Good night, William.
Cheers.
I want to like Rogue, but it just... there's no variety allowed.
I mean, there's like, the subclasses do help a lot.
Not really. Like, 2 of them help a lot.
I mean, Swashbuckler is pretty fun.
Swashbuckler is literally Inquisitor with like 2 extra combat abilities. I'm talking about things that actually change her playstyle and make it feel like, oh yes, this rogue is completely different from this rogue, and 4 rogues down the line I'll still feel that way. It's just the gear is too pigeonholed. If they added versatile weapons to the weapons that you could, you know... if they had like one-handed and versatile weapons to the weapons you can sneak attack with, and medium armor, or even any armor that does not give disadvantage on stealth, just those 2 changes alone make a huge difference. And then if they also add, like, you can now perform special attack actions, such as, you know, shove or grapple with your bonus action as part of your cunning action. That would also make playing rogue super varied, much more fun, and you wouldn't just be saying, okay, I'm going to get my sneak attack in combat, move to a safer place, and end my turn every turn.
Excuse me.
Yeah. I don't know, it's just... Rogue doesn't rogue very well.
Well, have a good night, man.
Yes, good night, William. I'm sorry I've dragged you back twice.
Oh, cheers.
Oh, and that shall end the stream. I feel sick.